Hindi, madali na yan. Kaya nga pagka magaling na ako, ayusin ko na natin. May bodega naman ako sa Mandaluyong. Ang kailangan lang naman dyan, lalagay sa account. Ililista lahat yung mga nandun sa account. Para may victory ako. May kailangan ako, pupunta ako sa bodega ko na binabayaran ko monthly. O, nandun. Box number 1, ito laman. Ganun lang naman eh.
Hindi, pwede mo na dito ilagay sa'yo.
Ha? Ano?
Ako sa bodega.
Hindi. Pwede sa farm yan eh.
Oo, pwede sa
farm. O kala RM, pwede yan.
Ayaw nga nila.
Ha? Ano?
Ayaw ni ate doon sa kanila.
Ano no?
Ayaw ni ate na sila pupunta sa kanila.
Ay, pwede eh.
Sa farm, pwede.
Taklaw. Ang galing magluto eh, kamputa.
Kasi kung ano yung sinabi na naawa din ako. Naman kayo magawa niyan. Anong gagawin natin yan? Sakin siya na.
Kaya siyang tumir sa angkat. Yan mga dito. Ilagay mga dito yan.
Matutuwa ka siya na kanya.
Ano na?
Matutuwa siya na kanya. Ang ganyan.
Wala naman tatagal kaya bang.
Kaya sabi nga niya sa akin, nagtatagyan ako. Sabi ko niya ako magkabangako.
Na ano?
Nalito ako sa kanya magtanda din ang ano. Kaya ako sa kanya. Sabi ko, hindi.
Hirap. Teka, ganun. Hindi, mapaulit din. Kahit ang mga anak niya, nakita mo sa anak niya. Buti, nag-uusap na sila ng mga boards. Ito na, mga anim na mga. Mabait naman, kaya lang, may katak talaga. Wala tayong magagawa.
Ang ano lang sa kanya, tapos na ba? Yun ang nakakalit sa ulo. Yung all-to-it.
Hindi ako kaya ko lang gano'n. Sabi. Umuwilaw. Hindi, kaya ko nang lumabas mag-isa eh.
Kaya mo naman.
Teka. Ito, lalaglag. Teka, huwag mo ilalak.
Hindi.
Okay. Ganito ginagawa ko. Hindi, kasi ito, walang mo talaga ito. Kaya nga maliit eh. Huwag mo gagalawin. Hindi, ako pinag-aaral ko. Kasi pwede na naman doon pa ako eh. Okay? Huwag ilalak. Ayan, ganyan. Ganyanin ko. Teka, huwag mo ano. Kasi ito, pwede ko mag-drive ito.
Pwede pa na
Hindi, isin ko.
Ayun, oo.
Ayan.
Hello, Ben Lorke. How are you?
Good morning.
Morning. Early in the morning. Have you had your coffee already?
Yeah, kape nga.
Kumusta na mga kasama mo sa RDRG?
Wala akong balita kasi hindi ko maintindihan kung ano ang program nila. Sabi nila marali daw sila. Hindi ka makaipon-ipon sa Mindula, marali ka pa.
Alright, okay lang.
Ganun ako dito. Sige ako ng bata.
Ang nakalagay dito sa isa nating kasama, iPhone lang. Can you introduce yourself, Mr. iPhone? Kumusta kayo, Mr. iPhone? Hindi ko alam ang pangalan ninyo. Ako si Hill Ramos. I am hosting the meeting. Kayo po, sino po sila?
Yarama po.
Okay, andito sa atin ngayon. Ang ganun ba? Bakit hindi ka nakasuklay, Willie? Hindi kita nakitang gwapo.
Teka, ilalagay ko pala yung pangalan ko.
Oo, hindi nakikita pangalan mo eh.
Okay.
Kasama natin si Congressman Willie Villarama. So, at least tayo, shadow lang na ng Congress. Siya totoong congressman. Pero, okay, that's Willie Poison Villarama. Okay, that's good.
Bro.
Yes.
Hindi. Kailangan kong i-stop ang video dahil mahina yung connection ko eh. Kakain ng sawit eh.
Okay. Depende naman wala. Basta nandyan lang ang pangalan mo. At least they know that it is you that is there. You could stop the video para at least kaya ng bandwidth mo.
Masyadong order ng ating internet dito eh. Galing-galing.
Okay. Bien Lorque, who is there, and A3, he is Benvenido Lorque. He is part of the RDRG, the group that declared for a revolutionary government last June 12.
Okay. Sige po, ako, tatago ko muna yung mukha ko dahil hihina ito, baka maputol, sayang.
Okay. Sige, let's do that.
Ba't wala akong pangalan?
Pwede mong ilagay ang pangalan mo. I think you can put it sa settings kung anong pangalan mo ay para malabas ang pangalan mo.
Ako maglalagay.
Maglalagay, para katulad ni Congressman Villarama, siya rin ang naglagay. Dr. Robert Posadas, you are not yet putting on your video?
Hindi ko alam maglagay. Participant 4.
Aha. I think ilalagay mo lang yan sa title mo kung anong nakalagay doon sa kan mo, lalabas na yan.
May lang nakalagay.
Kung saan kami nakita A3, lagay mo yung pangalan mo.
Okay.
Yung dating nakalagay lang A3, lagay mo yung pangalan mo. Lalabas ng pangalan mo ngayon. Do you want to say something, Kamili?
Wala na yata siya, nagtago siya.
Siguro busy lang siya. Ayan na. Ben S. Lorque, andyan ang pangalan mo. Okay. Alright, so habang naghihintay tayo ng ating mga kasama, kasi ang karamihan naman sa mga kapwa natin Pilipino, gusto nila huli sila para dramatic ang entrance nila. Andito na tayo ngayon. At ngayon ay kaarawan ng ating bayani, pambansang bayani na Jose Rizal. Gunitain natin kung anong mga naalala natin na itinuro sa atin sa eskwelahan natin. Ikaw, Ben, anong mga naalala mo sa mga tinuro sa iyo sa tungkol kay Rizal?
Yan nga na sa tagal ko minsan nakakalimutan natin.
Anong naalala mo ngayon?
Marinig mo ako?
Malakas ang boses mo, mga magandang dating.
Nawala.
Anong naalala mo tungkol kay Rizal? Mga tinuro sa atin, sa eskwelahan natin.
Nawala ang video ko. Sana yun.
Hindi, nandiyan ka.
Ha?
Hindi mo kami nakikita ngayon. Baka nawala ang display mo.
Oo, nawala nga.
Pero kitang-kita ka rito. Ang gwapo-gwapo mo. Tsaka kumakain ka. Kaya ka na nguya.
Hanapin ko pa.
Pero pwede ka na magsalita. Kahit hindi mo pa nakikita ang video mo. Nakikita ka naman namin eh.
Sabi yan, join meeting. Ano ba?
Napunta ka lang sa ibang screen ng display mo. Pero patuloy yung participation mo dito sa meeting at kitang-kitang image mo. Yan, kain ka ng kain, no? Nguya ka ng nguya. Dr. Posadas, Robert, ano ba? Hindi ka pa ba nag-on?
Yun, nagbalik na.
Okay. So ngayon, tinatanong kita kung anong naalala mo tungkol sa mga turo sa iyo sa eskwelahan, sa nung high school tayo, nung elementary tayo, tsaka sa college, tungkol kayo sa Rizal. Ayan na si Dr. Posadas, so bagong gupit to. Guwapo. Oo.
Ang naalala ko lang yan na Jose Rizal is a linguist. Number 1, he is a linguist. Siya nag-opera sa mata ng kanyang ina.
Okay, that's good. Okay, he used one of the most advanced instruments at that time, yung bagong na-discover sa Germany na pang-opera sa mata. At saka linguist siya. He was proficient in writing and speaking in 26 languages.
So Ben, masaya ako nandito ka ngayon.
Oo.
Nung nakaraan bigla kang nawala
Hindi, kasi ang nangyari nga nag-meeting kami, tapos sumigaw ang iba, tigil mo yan. Di putar ka, kung bakit hindi mo sabihin na walang nakarinig? Bakit sa public mo sabihin na tigil? Sino ba? Kaya medyo nagkagulo kami doon dahil sabi ko kay Bishop, I'm very sorry, pero kung ganyan na tayo mismo ay magkahiyaan, so I prefer to resign as core leader at pabaya na sa kanila. Kasi ayaw ko yung kagaya nito, nag-usap-usap tayo. Tapos bigla ka sumigaw ngayon na itigil ako at umalis na. Ito lang, alis ako. Kaya sabi ni General Morse, hindi yan Ben maganda. Dapat huwag ka umalis. Ano lang yan subukan mo sila. Ikaw ako, sige, manatili ka dyan. Pero ako iba. Pag sinabi na hindi pwede sa akin.
Oo. Huwag yung sa pilitan.
Ngayon, kung gusto nyo pakinggan, kaya nito malulos konstitusyon pinag-usapan, sabi nila hindi daw maganda malulos konstitusyon, so be it. I respect your word. I respect your opinion. Pero wag mo naman maliitin ang akin paniwala. Kaya lang aking paniwala, the only way to replace the 1987 constitution automatically is to adapt 1899 constitution.
Saka huwag kang pipigilan sa bawat kung anong gusto mong gawin, pero hindi ka naman nila, kung ayaw ka lang paalisin o ayaw ka lang umalis, huwag nila kang pipigilan kung anong gusto mong gawin na total hindi naman indirect conflict sa ginagawa natin.
Kaya nag-post ako kahapon. Hindi ko ginagamit ang RDRG dito. At hindi naman ako nanghihingaya na lumipat kayo. Hindi naman ako nagsabi nga, Bishop, masama sa iyo to. Akin, ang sasama sa atin. Ngayon, kung ayaw sila, hayaan natin sila. Free will nila yan.
Okay, balik tayo sa tanong ko. Yung naalala ko lang kay Rizal, he is a linguist and he was a eye surgeon. Ano pa?
At ayun nga, sabi ko, ang mga matalino kuminsan na tao ay ang kanyang pag-ibig ay kahit wala siya pinipili. Like po siya po si Josephine Blacken, sabi niya, pinsan daw niya, so pinaligawan niya. So be it, kung nagkaligawan sila, ano magawa mo dyan? Dahil alam nila ang kanila ginagawa.
Yeah, 8 years niyang naging parang kasintahan si Leonor Rivera.
Yeah,
Pero
okay.
Yung mga parente nila, mga parents ni Leonor Rivera, dahil nga sa cousin niya, parang pinsan niya si Juan, kahit na malayo na, ayaw nilang matuloy yung pagiging magkasawa ni Rizal at saka ni Leonor Rivera. Yan ang alam ko.
In connection with Leonor Rivera, si Dr. Antonio Feliciano had an indirect connection with Jose Rizal. In that, di ba si Leonor Rivera naging kasintahan ni Rizal, pero hindi sila nagkatuloyan kasi first cousin ata sila Kaya ayaw nung magulang ni Leonor Rivera. Pero nung after nung Malolos Congress, yung si Leonor Rivera, ang napangasawa niya, isang yung railroad engineer na gumawa ng
Correct.
train station sa up to Dagupan.
Yeah, he was a British engineer. His name is
Ah? Ano pangalan ng railroad German engineer?
Edward Kipling.
Oh, anyway.
Rudyard Kipling.
Oh, yeah. Galing ano. Yung firstborn ni Leonor Rivera, Dr. Antonio Feliciano was the attending physician sa Dagupan.
We have a new person here. He's just listed as CGS, and I understand that as Carlos G. Serapio. Is that you, Attorney Serapio?
Yes, yes.
Okay. This is that's Attorney Serapio, no? He's not the Serapio who is the lawyer of Erap Estrada, but he is also a good lawyer, Ateneo graduate, and I think Charlie, your co-Ateneo alumnus, Congressman Willie Boyson Villarama is here. Willie, do you know Charlie? Are you acquainted together?
Yeah, Willie and I are friends.
Hi,
he's-
And I
Charlie.
hope he considers me as such. Hello, Willie. How are you? Governor.
Kabayan po kami. Isa sa
Ayan,
pinagmamalaki
bayan.
na professor.
Yes, sir.
Ako, pinagmamalaki namin sa Bulacan, si Charlie.
Ay, nako.
Oh, bakit? Anong kasalanan ba nagawa ni Charlie?
Sumusunod sa yapak ni amang Dr. Jose Rizal sa dami ng mga nililigawan.
Oh.
Ang ilang naging sweetheart ni Rizal about the 17 ata, 17. Yun ang nag-record ng kanyang love life. 17 raw ang girlfriends ni Rizal sa iba't ibang lugar.
Tsaka international.
Playboy ito si Jose Rizal.
International.
Oh. Sa
Kung,
England, sa Germany, yun ang mga girlfriend niya. Sa
Japan.
Japan, 17 ang lahat ng naitala nila. Pero talagang continuous ang kanyang correspondence hanggang sa hindi sila magkatuluyan for 8 years ay si Leonor Rivera.
Dr. Hill,
Yes, sir.
sa kapahintulutan ni Governor Willie at ng inyo pong mga iba nating mga kasama rito sa paggunita sa kapanganakan ng ating pambansang bayaning amang Dr. Jose Rizal. Let me just give some levity to what we're talking about. Well, it's not really levity, and I hope my great-grandfather will forgive me for this, but I cannot help but share this legend, if you may call it, in Bulacan.
Okay, go ahead.
Tatlong pamilya sa Bulacan na itinuturing na parang o baka higit pa nga sa ginawang ng ating amang Dr. Jose Rizal. Ang pamilya ng mga Padilla, ng Salvador at ng Serapio nga. Yung dalawa ay nasa pelikula. No? So, kahit na yung Padilla naging politiko rin yata sa Bulacan. Pero yung lolo ko, my great-grandfather was the first Governor General of Bulacan, had 40 firstborn children and more than 100 children all in all. Ewan ko kung alam din ni Willie yun. Governor Willie, ang last na nagpatotoo sa akin yan ay isang kamag-anak namin sa Santa Maria, Bulacan. At kinikwento niya sa amin yung ganyang naging mga ugnayan ng aming lolo sa tuhod sa mga dilag. Ewan ko kung puro taga Bulacan, pero marahil ay galing din sa iba't ibang mga lugar. Anyway, hindi ko ginagamit na excuse yan, pero namamana yata yan, ganyan din. Kaya tingnan mo yung mga Salvador, yung mga Padilla, gano'n din. Ang daming mga naging ugnayan sa iba't ibang mga naging kanilang katipan. Mahirap sabihin babae, pangit yung katipan.
Okay.
Because one way or the other, may covenant sila. But going back to this, as I understand it from what you sent us, this is some kind of a virtual Malolos Congress that you're trying to conduct
Yes.
in
correct.
honor of the birth anniversary of our national hero, Dr. Rizal. So
This will be, yeah, correct. This will be a series of weekly plenary sessions of the Congress, bracketed by the birthday of Dr. Rizal, and every Saturday afterwards, up to the birthday of Bonifacio in November 30. And then the Malolos Congress, as resuscitated by our group, will adjourn sine die for the year of 2021 and resume again on January 28th, January 8th, which is the first Saturday of 2022, up to May 28th, the last Saturday of the month of May. That will be coincident with the campaign period of the elections, if there are elections to be held next year. And after that, we'll have a semestral break from May 28th, and it will be a 2-week break, and then a 3-week break, and then there will be again a resumption of the meetings of the Congress on the Saturday, the first Saturday after June 19, the birthday of Dr. Rizal, and then up to the November 30 date again, birthday of Bonifacio. That is for the second semester, last year of the Malolos, the rejuvenated or resuscitated Malolos Congress. This group of ours is a group that intends to carry on the flame of passion that was with our founding fathers who formed the Congress. And under the 1899 Constitution, the most powerful group or the most powerful institution of government is that of the Malolos of the Congress itself, wherein the legislative and the executive powers are fused. Because under the 1899 Constitution, there is a president and a prime minister. And the prime minister selects the executive of the government from the members of the Congress, which is the what we are now in the process of resuscitating. So that is where we are with this, and that is why we are talking about Dr. Rizal, because this session right now coincides with the birthday anniversary of Dr. Rizal. Welcome, Mr. Marioles. You're welcome to our group. I see you there. We have here Ben Lorque. Yes, go ahead. I'm glad that you're here. I think Mr. Marioles and I are long lost relatives, although we have a different family name now. We originally, I think, we have the same family name in the Eastern Visayas area, but that's for another story when we discuss the Pulahanes Revolt, which we'll be doing much later. So together with us, Mr. Marioles is Congressman Willie Villarama from Bulacan and former Vice Governor as well. And we also have Dr. Posadas, the grandson of one of the signers of the Malolos Constitution, Dr. Antonio Feliciano. And we also have Carlos Serapio, who just told us a very colorful anecdote about his great-grandfather, who was literally implemented the biblical injunction of go and multiply.
79.
Very prolific indeed. As he recounted.
LB.
So, Mr. Marioles, do you have would you like to say a few words to us?
Makikinig lang muna ako sa inyo,
Okay.
fellow congressmen.
All right. Let us, is there meron pa bang ibang susunod na kabanata sa kwento mo, Carlos Serapio, tungkol sa great-grandfather mo? How are you replicating his feat?
let us leave that topic for another day, as you would say. But if I may, Dr. Hill and the others who are with us in this very significant day as we remember Dr. Jose Rizal. Let me say that some years back, a second Malolos Congress was attempted, and in fact, it was held at Club Filipino. It was precisely called that, Second Malolos Congress. And some of those who attended that Congress were the late General Abat, the late Secretary Enriquez, and the late Congressman and NLRC Chairman Roy Señeres. They were the ones who acted as the officers of the Congress. Roy Señeres acted as the presiding officer. General Abat was the one commissioned by the Congress in the resolutions that the Congress adopted. And Secretary Enriquez also acted as one of the officers together with me, who at that time facilitated the session of the Congress. What were decided in that Congress? There were three resolutions. One is to declare that there is a state of crisis in the country. And this was some years back, about a decade ago or more. And the state of crisis was described in the sense as the absence of a process by which to really bring about real change, meaning that the electoral process, as well as the other processes provided under the 1987 Constitution, were no longer sufficient or responsive in order to address the many issues and concerns of the country, and most especially the pivotal or primordial concern of bringing real change, and that is in terms of the power structure. And since the electoral and other processes were no longer responsive to that imperative need, the Congress resolved to direct General Fortunato Abad to execute the Congress resolution to adopt alternative means by which to bring about that change. And third, the third resolution of the Congress is that as General Abat was directed to execute those alternative ways or means by which to bring about real change, is to organize the force that is necessary in order to promote that interest of bringing about real change. Now, that Malolos Congress was followed later on by a declaration of a transition government in Club Filipino, which led to the arrest of General Abat, of Secretary Enriquez, all of whom have gone together with Ambassador and Congressman Roy Señeres and myself. And that declaration actually was attended by press people from all over the world, because they really expected that the military will actually shift their allegiance if people power was against demonstrated. And but before any kind of critical mass could be assembled in Club Filipino or around the vicinity of Club Filipino, then President Macapagal Arroyo already ordered that the meeting in Club Filipino be dismantled, you may say, and that all the leading personalities were arrested. And then inciting to sedition charges were filed against the four of us. And up to now, very recently, just about 3 months ago, this inciting to the sedition charge was revived in the City Court of San Juan. And since I'm the only one left among the four, I'm the only one standing trial for that inciting to sedition. Well, I am citing this not so much to highlight what my compatriots have done, to whom I'm also paying tribute today, and may they all rest in peace in the love and care in the bosom of our Almighty Father in heaven. But to show that this flame that you are trying to enkindle and to become a conflagration continues to burn in the hearts of many of our people, especially now that we are approaching again another electoral exercise. Inasmuch as we have considered this process really as an exercise in political insanity. We have a group that we have organized, the Kamalayang Pinoy movement, which took that as its battle cry to end our political insanity. And why do we call it political insanity? Because as Einstein has defined insanity as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, then if you apply that to our politics, that is exactly what we are doing. We are conducting one electoral or political exercise after another, and we expect that by simply changing the leaders, we can already expect real change to happen in the country. But we all know, as students of both politics and history, that that is not how real change happens. In other words, it follows a dialectical process. But most especially in the case of our country, referring now to Dr. Rizal and the other founding fathers, the one that brought about the end of 400 years of colonization of Spain is more of the spiritual force that started to build in the hearts and minds of our people. And it is that spiritual force which gradually expressed itself into a political force that effectively ended Spanish rule. The same thing will have to happen here. It will have to be the spirit of our people, which will have to be the source of strength that empower, that will make them realize that it is not this process that we consider to be insane that will bring it about. However, participation in the process can provide the opportunity to precisely drive home that message. And hopefully, we will have candidates who, notwithstanding the absence or the lack of wherewithal which are needed in order to be part of the electoral process, can mount the stage and deliver that process to our countrymen. Our generation now, from being the catalyst generation, is already the transition generation. We have very little time to handhold the next generation and the new ones in order for them to stay connected to the ideals of our founding fathers. And those ideals are mostly and more significantly and pivotally spiritual. And that spiritual power will have to be converted into political power. We had a glimpse of that in 1986 when people came to the streets, not so much because they were partisan to the two antagonistic groups, no? But rather they were there to make sure that Filipinos did not shoot fellow Filipinos. So it is the spirit of brotherhood, of care and love for each other, the spirit of peace that brought them to the streets. Now, from the spirit of peace and brotherhood, we will have to also now have the spirit of boldness of being true to what we call as the destiny of our country, is the lupang hinirang. The lupang hinirang as an anointed land and of the character of our people as a chosen and a refined people, Pili and Pino. No? And that I learned from the ranks of what we call in this country as the Kapatiran Spiritual Brotherhood. The Pulahanes, as you mentioned earlier, were precursors, forerunners of these spiritual brotherhoods. the Sagrada Familia, and the many others which adopted spiritual names and who have devotions to saints and as well as to our Blessed Mother and the Lord Jesus Christ. They were the ones who provided that strength and power needed to bring about change. Will that happen in the near future, where our generation, as I said, is now challenged to do that? We are now the transition generation. From Catholics in the 1970s, we are still given the opportunity, the golden chance to handhold our young people into the land of dreams that our Dr. Jose Rizal mentioned. And Dr. Jose Rizal said, out of the 7 prophecies that he made, there are only 2 more which are still unfulfilled. And that is that the country will become federal in the future. And the last prophecy is that when our people recover, remember their good old qualities and virtues, then they will now be ready to join the wide road of progress. And so, Dr. Hill, I thank you for this opportunity for you to rekindle that spirit of our founding fathers, because just as in the United States, whenever they face a crisis, they go back to the Madison Papers, they go back to the founding fathers and the principles that they have upheld and they have propounded. So in the same way, we have to go back to our founding fathers in this country with the addition that it is really their spirituality which became the source of the real power. Thank you, Dr. Hill, and all others for the opportunity to share my insights into this exercise that you're doing this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Carlos Serapio. And would Attorney Serapio yield to some questions from the group?
Of course, of course. Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm willing to yield.
Questions for Attorney Serapio? Raise your hand and I'll recognize you. Emily, you want to say something?
Wala pa.
Yes. Hello.
Go ahead.
Pwede ka na mag-join. Hello.
Yes, you would like to talk? Go ahead. Who is
Pwede ka
this?
na mag-join. Pasok.
Anybody? Dr. Posadas, you want to ask questions?
Congress
Attorney
11 ang
Serapio.
Congress 11 ang password.
Yes, to Attorney Serapio.
Sundan mo lang ang ano ko.
Go ahead.
Sundan mo lang yung instruction ko.
Go ahead, Dr. Posadas. You have no questions?
Yes, yeah, to Attorney Serapio, please.
Yes.
So Attorney, what was the basis of your arrest?
Well, sedition was the charge. Inciting to sedition was the charge. And up to now, they're still trying to determine whether the establishment or the proclamation of a transition government can be considered as an act of inciting to sedition.
Okay. Were you arrested without a warrant of arrest?
That is true, Dr. Posadas. We were arrested without warrants of arrest. But of course, the arresting officers contended that we were in the act of violating the law.
Yeah. Had you started with a invocation or to invoke the presidential oath of office in the Constitution to redress people's grievances? Because what you were doing was not sedition. It was a call for change. It's not a rebellion. There's a difference. Sedition to rebellion. You were not inciting rebellion. That's what sedition is all about. Change is not necessarily sedition. So if there was some kind of a basis that you first invoked the oath of office of the president to redress grievances, then you could have from the court, then you could probably one way or the other had some kind of a a petition with the Supreme Court. That should have stopped it right there and then. So when you say that, in a way, what we're doing will most probably have the same result, which is a political insanity, I understand that. But in the same token, the result was never determined. So we don't know if the same result will happen to our political cause, because our cause is in the political realm of the people's will.
So,
So
Dr. Piladas, can you cut your statement with a question? You have a question that Attorney Serapio has
yeah,
done.
that was my question. They were not arrested with a warrant of arrest. They were just on the spot on the basis of what you call a crime in progress, or in the relicto. So that was an illegal arrest in the first place. And what were your actions to defend yourself, Attorney Serapio?
Well, you provided a very good insight precisely on what should be the basis for the exercise that we did in Club Philippine. We were exercising our constitutional right, as you mentioned, Doctor, of seeking redress or for grievances, also of the very primordial or fundamental right of freedom of speech.
Correct.
So the constitutional protection was invoked by us. No? But as you know, this was during the time of the former president. And as far as we are concerned, we have no beef anymore against any or all former presidents. It was an exercise of our political conviction as well. No? And therefore, we were ready to bear the consequences of that. But I said, you bring to the for a very good insight, because even at this late stage, when I'm the only one left in that trial, which in fact is going to be held again this coming August 2nd, no? In as much as our demurrer to evidence was denied, after this has gone on for about 17 years, I think already, Doctor, no? We may just bring that issue to the Supreme Court, and I think I will look into that again, no? Because this is a different dispensation now, where you have no less than the president, in fact, saying that we should not be talking in secret of revolutionary government, but rather this should be openly discussed by the people, whether the establishment of a revolutionary government is an option that we should take in order to bring about change. So because of different times and different circumstances, your proposition of bringing a constitutional challenge to the Supreme Court for my continuing having to continue facing this charge of inciting to sedition, which, as you said, is supposed to lead just to rebellion, then that just may be a test case. Thank you, Doctor. I will take that very seriously under advisement. Now, as far as the political insanity that I mentioned, I am not referring to the political initiative that we are doing now. I am referring to the repeated electoral processes that we're conducting, where one cannot participate in the process unless you have millions and now billions of pesos. If you intend to run, for example, for president, immediately the mind of the public says the only one who should be able to do that is one who has billions in his coffers. So the only ones who are now being considered are those people there. So that negates precisely the constitutional provision where all you need to have as a qualification in order to run is that you are literate and that you are a natural born citizen. I mean, there is no qualification that you should have billions of pesos. But operationally, that is what it is. And why is it also an act of political insanity? Because as after that, we expect that the recoupment of the investment, if you may call it, by those who run for office will not come from the coffers of government. Third, it is political insanity because it is a question of just in and out of the same interest. So that's what we are referring to as the insanity, because we expect that there will be a different result simply because there's going to be a change of leadership. And if you will note that now, Doctor, the call is to make sure that the incumbent president does not have the opportunity to continue his administration through his chosen candidate. If that is going to be the call to our people, again, it's just a game of musical chair. That is not a game of really bringing about real change. I mean, it is natural for the incumbent to want to have a successor that will continue what he believes to be a good program for this country. But the real issue to the people should be whether what he brought to the table during his administration is enough for the people to want to vote his successor, his chosen successor. But in this case, we are making the issue of removal of the incumbent president as if that is the panacea for all of our problems that we are facing now. At the moment, the country is facing a threefold crisis: a foreign policy crisis in the West Philippine Sea, and a health crisis in the pandemic, and then the social and the political fallouts that come from these two crises of the West Philippine Sea and the pandemic. So you have joblessness, poverty, etc., and the rest. How will this be addressed? How will this threefold crisis now be addressed? Simply by changing the president, simply by not voting into office whoever may be his chosen successor? That is not the proposition that we would like to make. In short, if I may be allowed to invoke a biblical admonition, we cannot just change the wine. We have to change the wine skin. So in the same way, new blood that is infused into the political processes must run through a new political system, a new political structure. That is how change happens. And when I said change happens dialectically, there has to be a change in external conditions as well as in the internal character of those who are experiencing those conditions. And there has to be qualitative, rather quantitative accumulation first of forces and power before it brings about qualitative force that can really bring about that change. And when I say real change, I'm referring to the power structure. And the power structure basically is the empowerment of our people. Real change can happen only if our people now start to bring their destiny into their own hands and start looking at simply at the leaders that they will elect to be the ones to bring that about. So anyone who mounts the stage and proposes, okay, I will be the one to do this, I'll be the one to do that, is again putting himself as if he is the one that can really solve the problems of our country. No, as I said, Doctor, and I hope you will forgive me for my being very passionate about this, we have to become all Juan orations. Why are we going to be Juan orations? Because the prayer for change that we make, the answer is in ourselves as well. The answer is inside us already. It is in our spirit that will make us. The oration is the prayer. So Juan must be the prayer himself. He is not only the one making or saying the prayer, but Juan is also the answer to his prayer. And that is the kind of spirit that we need, I think, to try and deliver as a message to our people. And so if the political and election conversation continues to be who is supposed to be the one who can really replace or be the successor of the incumbent president, is it person A, B, C, D, E? And then therefore, if you choose among any of these A, B, C, D, E, you can expect change. Then that means, again, we are in the exercise of what I call political insanity, because we expect a different result if that happens, but we will only reap frustrations and disappointments once again. And the sad thing about it is, do we still have time? I mean, this country is running out of time in terms of really strengthening us as a nation that can actually now be a part in the new dynamics in the international community. So we need to understand where the country is situated at the moment. And I think our national heroes with Dr. Josepe Rizal are really now very much agitated wherever they are in the bosom of bliss and joy. They cannot experience that joy that even heaven perhaps can offer them because of what they see that is happening in our country. So I can see Doctor. I don't know about the others, Dr. Hill. I think all of us here are senior citizens. Senior citizens who in the 70s or late 60s, as I said, were the youth at the time. We were catalyzing. We were the ones that brought about the epiphany, the awakening of the need for change in our country. 60 years after, we are still singing the same song of change. And we are still hoping that there has been enough quantitative forces which have been generated that can bring about the qualitative change in our political, economic, social, and cultural situation. But more so, as I said, everything springs from our spirit as a people. The spirit of being one, a people who love God dearly, and a people who have their sense of brotherhood, our care and concern for each other. So how do we now manifest that? How do we give witness to that in our politics?
So, Attorney Serapio, please read our recent resolution, and that covered everything you said.
Thank you, Dr. Po. I will.
Yeah.
I will.
And go ahead.
Point of
Yeah.
information, the resolution, while it is true that we are carrying on with the spirit of the 1899 Malolos Congress, we have markedly said that we are calling on the armed forces to peacefully withdraw allegiance from the 1987 Constitution into the 1899 Constitution. That is the direct call, and the whereas in our resolution provides the reason for that, which, as Dr. Posadas has pointed out, includes the concern that you have about the electoral exercises, that is constantly an exercise in political insanity. And I have just pointed out that lately the COMELEC has, in conversation with Congressman Villarama here, I pointed out that the COMELEC has just said that they have registered new voters to the tune of 4.8 million people, new first-time voters. But the projected increase in Philippine population between 2019 to 2022 is just 4 million people. And that 4 million, when subjected to cohort age analysis, would only yield 2.7 million first-time 18-year-old voters. Why do we have now a registration of 4.8 million?
Almost 5 million.
So there is now a possibility of 2 million being padded again into the COMELEC voters list. That's a point of information I would like to call the attention of the group to. And this padded voters, I have made a demographic analysis of this, which was cited and published by Dr. Nelson Celis, one of the most prominent advocates of election reform. We, at that point, the analysis, the arithmetic analysis and demographic analysis that I made, which he cited in his columns in the Manila Times, have pointed to the existence of 14 million padded voters in 2019 alone. And while the COMELEC has also taken out 7 million voters last February. Another 7 million remains. And with the present information that they gave us, that they now have registered 4.8 million, while the expected registrants from the increase of population is just 2.7 million of new voters. Now, that brings to light certain questions that the COMELEC has to answer. Where are these extra 2.1 million coming from? But nobody is asking that question. So this point of information related to the point of privilege that was cited by Attorney Sarapio is relevant. That's why I'm bringing it up to the body right now. And that was also the interpellation related from Dr. Posadas, that this is all about jibing the present effort that this group is trying to do. That has already been also exerted and attempted by the group of Attorney Serapio in a decade ago during the time of Macapagal Arroyo. And right now, our effort is being done through the medium of the web. What we're trying to bring out now is a parliament of the web. And that's why we're going through this exercise, starting with this weekly plenary sessions, which started today, the birthday of Dr. Jose Rizal, and in which will continue onwards for every Saturday of the year up to the birthday of Andres Bonifacio on November 30, 2021. So back to you, Dr. Posadas. If you have additional questions for Attorney Serapio, go ahead.
Now, again, in reference to Attorney Serapio, therein lies the difference of the result that we're trying to achieve. Our intent is not to change a person or a government official or topple the government as it is. So, in a sense, our intent or intention is now documented through the powers of through technology, and in what we call the Congress of the Web. So everything is documented here that will prove our intent to change, not to get rid of a regime, but to change the whole system in itself. So, Attorney Serapio, that there is what's called in the realm of the political realm, that you were trying to really change the electoral process because you were frustrated to change the insane process of electing officials. But then it's just a correlation; it's not a cause. So what were you were arguing was directly the effect of the system, and you were arguing that you wanted to change the system because of the effect of the electoral process, which was really a political insanity of going through the same thing over and over again and getting the same result. So therein lies the difference of what we're doing now. Our intent is to completely change, and everything will be on the record, that we want a complete logical change from the 1987 Constitution to the 1899 Constitution.
Point of information again, related to what you're saying. In fact, I think the difference is only the means through which we are trying to effect the same thing that the group of Attorney Serapio and General Fortunato Abad tried to do a decade ago. And the other point of information that I would like to emphasize here is the fact that since 2001, after the coup d'etat was staged against Arab, with the invention of that Supreme Court ruling, which is constructive resignation, that 1987 Constitution has already been broken. And once something like that is broken, you could not put it together again, just like Humpty Dumpty. No? All the king's horses and all the king's men could not put that together again. It's broken, and that rogue Supreme Court under Hilario Davide, in fact, subverted this 1987 Constitution. And because that 1987 Constitution, as ratified by the Filipino people in 1987, never contained any phrase in its specific dicta on how to replace a president. That constitution never contained that phrase that was invented by them called constructive resignation. So since 2001, this 1987 constitution has been a de facto patched up constitution that has never been ratified by the Filipino people. So we just have a de facto broken constitution that is patched together and held together in place because of the convenience of the people who are in power. So right now, in effect, we have a government of men and women and not a government of laws. And that point even can be raised by Attorney Serapio if he appeals this matter to the Supreme Court. Dr. Attorney Serapio.
Thank you, Professor Hill. If I may just share an information to the body or to this assembly, I agree with Dr. Posadas that the call to withdraw support from a constitution that no longer obtains, which means the 1987 constitution, which has already been violated and broken, as Dr. Hill mentioned, with the decision of the Supreme Court on the Strada case. I would say that the call that you have made, and to which I am willing to really put also my name and support, it is very ingenious, Dr. Posadas. In fact, that was a part of what was attempted also by the second Malolos Congress that we conducted. However, if I may just inform the body, our group now is supporting the Bayanihan Federal Constitution that was crafted and drafted by the Consultative Committee of former Chief Justice Reynato Puno. And I think there is going to be no contradiction between your call and the call for us to move forward towards the transition to a new constitutional order from unitary to federal, and from the present unitary presidential to a federal presidential type of government, akin to the one that was tailor-made for Charles de Gaulle when he was asked to lead France again. Now, why do I say that there is really no contradiction? There can be a fusion between the two calls. The call to once again adopt the 1899 Malolos Constitution can very well serve as the foundation as well as the basis for the transition period. While we now transition into the new constitutional order that was defined in the Bayanihan Puno Constitution. At the moment, there are several versions which are hindering precisely a united stand on the constitution that was drafted by the CONCOM led by Chief Justice Puno. One of these versions is those that is being propounded by the advocates of revolutionary government in the ranks also of the incumbent administration or the incumbent president. And as a result of 2 or 3 versions, that became the convenient excuse as to why we should not deliberate on that new constitution that is being proposed to change the present one. While on the other hand, the 1899 Constitution, as it stands now, even historically, was adopted by our founding fathers. So, in as much as there is no more any kind of issue, although that was also debated very intensely by the framers in that Congress, it was adopted by the Assembly. I think in so far as the form of government was supposed to be adopted, parliamentary or presidential, there is just a difference of 1 vote, if I remember correctly. And even in some other provisions like the non-establishment clause or the freedom of religion clause. This was so intensely debated that the vote that separated the two groups were very slim. So anyway, as I said, perhaps we can have that fusion where the advocates of those who want or calling for the withdrawal of support by the armed forces in the present 1987 Constitution and shifting it to the 1899 Malolos Constitution, and also the call for us to start now our just ordering of society under a new constitutional blueprint, which in this case is the Puno Bayanihan Constitution, can actually now be worked out together. So again, Doctor, my congratulations for that very insightful and very ingenious call that you and the rest, like Dr. Hill and the others in the assembly, have made. No? And not only is it ingenious, but it is connecting ourselves once more to the spirit of our founding fathers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Attorney Serapio. And any more questions? Unless Dr. Posadas has something more to say, I would give the others a chance to ask questions for Attorney Serapio. Anybody who wants to ask questions and direct some interpellation questions to Attorney Serapio? And Mr. Morales, Marioles, you'd like to ask questions, or somebody here like Ben, who is from the RDRG group, the group that has also made a call for a revolutionary government last June 12. Do you have any questions, Ben?
Well, what I could add here is I have a question in my mind. Why is it the 1987 Constitution, such as Section 1 of Article 2, Section 4 of Article 3, and Section 17 and 18 of Article 12 were not respected by the government? Why? In the first place, because now we have the pandemic. Sabi nila pandemic, but I don't believe so. It is really pandemic. The Constitution provides that in time of emergency, the government has to take over all public utilities. The question in my mind is, why is it that no one is helping the people despite of the fact that they are jobless? They have no money to pay their electricity. They have no money to pay their water. They have no money to pay their telcos. Particularly that now the children are going to school using internet. So those are things that came in my mind, because when we were at Mindula, I told one colonel that it is very clear in the Constitution that civilian authority is over military. So I told him, why you keep on shouting at us? And it is also very clear that ipinagbabawal ang paggawa ng batas na maghadlang sa pagtipon-tipon. Ay bakit ako hinaharang mo kami? So ang sa akin naisip, what are those lawyers now doing? Why is it no one question the unconstitutionality of ITF and DOH? Why? Is this constitutional? Are they respecting the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution, considering that it is supervised by the Supreme Court as well? And those are the things that came to my mind. Why is it that we should go on 1899 Constitution in order to restore our freedom? Because now the 1987 Constitution are no longer respected by the people in the government.
Yes,
So that is
that
what
question being directed to Attorney Serapio. You have a comment on that, Attorney Serapio?
Well, I think we'll have to go back to the fundamental principle of what a constitution is. And we all know from our study of Philippine Constitution has been defined to us. Essentially, when you say that you have a constitutional government, you have a delimited government, because it is delimited in the sense that the power of the people as the sovereign is really absolute. And it is only because of their voluntary surrender of some of their rights and privileges that the duly constituted authority is given that power to be exercised for and on their own behalf. Anyway, let me just focus on one provision that was cited by our good friend. And he was saying, and this is the provision which is considered to be new in the 87 Constitution. It is the protectorate provision. It provides civilian authority shall at all times be supreme over the military. It is the duty of the military to protect the people and the state. And every time there is a challenge, not just a challenge, but a violation of the territorial integrity of the country as well as the sovereignty, then the military is called upon to be the protector. However, the military will always need a civilian authority to provide them the policy direction. So the question is, who is the civilian authority referred to in that constitutional provision? It is the duly elected president. It is not even Congress. It is not even the and neither can it be considered the Supreme Court, which is not elected, because it is the president who acts as the commander-in-chief also of the military, and who has all the so-called commander-in-chief powers and other reserve powers which are provided for in the Constitution. So the question of our friend is, why is it that these powers, which have all been lodged in the person of the president, not being exercised? By the fact that he did not exercise it, is he now committing already a violation of the Constitution? Now that is the problem, because we know that whenever there is a constitutional question, you have to bring it to the courts, and the courts will not take cognizance of a constitutional question unless there is what they call as a justiciable controversy, an issue that they need to decide on and to resolve. So it is incumbent on those who want to assert their rights, their constitutional right, the right to freedom of speech, the right to assemble and petition government for redress of grievances, all the others in the Bill of Rights of the Constitution. We believe that they are being violated when we are actually exercising this, it is those who are aggrieved by the violation who have to bring this to the court, to the Supreme Court, and make it a justiciable controversy that the court needs to resolve. And that's the reason why I'm saying we will look into what Dr. Posadas was saying. I mean, if you believe that when you were arrested, it was a violation of your constitutional right to freedom of speech, to petition government for redress of grievances, rather than go through the process of litigating this in a criminal case, you bring the constitutional question to the courts. Of course, there are a lot of other technical considerations that will have to be taken into account, but that is a very good insight that is worth looking into. And I will discuss it with my lawyers, whether even in this late day that's still possible. Because truth to tell, Dr. Posadas, if I may just say so, at the height when our case was being tried in the court, when media was always there, I had as my lawyer, or we had as our lawyer, one of the prominent political figures at that time, of course, Bono Adasa. And I'm only mentioning him because I'm very much in my sense of gratitude to him, no? But because at that time I did not want to participate in the judicial process, and it was only Congressman Adasa who prevailed upon me and said, "You will lose your license as a lawyer, Charlie, if you do not participate in this, and if you proclaim to the court what you intended to do, no? That you do not believe in the electoral or in the judicial process, etc. And that may be a ground for you to be disbarred. So, I suppose I considered my being a lawyer too much of a of value to me that he was able to prevail upon me. But actually, I did not want to actually participate in that judicial process at that time. No? And anyway, going back to the question posed by our good friend, if you believe that there was a violation of your constitutional rights, then you will have to bring it to the courts in order to seek redress for that violation. The court on its own cannot motu proprio act on the issue. And insofar as what the president is concerned, since during his term he is immune from suit, it will have to be his alter egos who will have to be impleaded in the complaint that you will file. No? And again, if we believe that somehow the system has become so convoluted that it will again just be an exercise of futility, then you will just be using again the platform in order to be able to bring this to the attention of our people. But at the end of the day, it is the people exercising their sovereign power that we can ultimately bring about constitutional change, because constitutional change, the Constitution is nothing more but the repository of the sovereign powers of the people, and the government are nothing more but agents of that sovereign power of the people. So when we say now that the 87 Constitution is no longer responsive as a repository of that power, the people can very well say that you are not you are exceeding the authority given to you as agents. So we, the principal, meaning the principal source of that sovereign power, the people, are now revoking that power and withdrawing that power from you. And the physical political expression of that is when the military, which is the representation of the force of the people, of the power of the people when it comes to physical force and power, will have to agree with the people insofar as that's concerned. If the military says, yes, we under that provision, I think it's Article 2, Section 3, then because the sovereign powers of the people have been violated by their agents, meaning the government, then we will now be on the road into changing the present constitution that obtains now, and be able to put in its place, if we decide, as a transition, the 1899 Malolos Constitution, and as the future constitutional order to be defined by the proposed Puno Bayanindarap Constitution. So as Dr. Hill was saying, we're talking here of goals, processes, and means. Our goal is to change the social structure. Our goal is to have a social just reordering of society, no? Or political reordering also of society. The process is, it has to be constitutional in the sense that it is peaceful, it is lawful, it is non-violent, and it is popular and democratic. That's the nature of the process. The means is still people exercising their sovereign power directly. That is the means. Okay. Now, for our action to be constitutional, we still need to invoke, we have to have a constitutional nexus, a connection between our action to the present constitution. And the present constitution provides that relief under Article 2, Section 3, which is the protectorate provision in the 1987 Constitution, which begins with that statement that civilian authority shall at all times be supreme over the military. What is the difference between civilian power and civilian authority? Authority is mandated power. In other words, if the president claims civilian authority, it is because he has that mandate through a process, which was the election. On the other hand, civilian power is simply just a direct exercise of popular power, of the raw power of the people. But that raw power of the people will have to have an institutional container. And the institutional container that the raw power of the people needs is the institution of the military. That is the institutional container of the raw power, the raw political power of the people. And when there is that alignment, then they can very well invoke this specific provision. And they can very well authorize also a new civilian authority. In the second Malolos Congress, which we conducted, we presented as an alternative civilian authority the triumvirate of the General Abat, Secretary Enriquez, and Ambassador Sinieres. But the military, even if they sent words of it's not really support, but they sent words of understanding on why we're doing it, did not actually come out to show it, because there was no critical force also that was demonstrated by that. And as you said, it was an exercise. We were not asking for a rebellion. It was an exercise of sovereign power. And the use of the word transition was advisedly done, because transition, as defined by Webster's, is nothing more but a passageway. So we're saying that a passageway for us towards change is if we put in place a new political order or adopt a new political process to bring about that change. So
Go ahead.
I raised that question because I was a little bit confused. Last February 2, on the Constitution Day in Manila Hotel, a lot of lawyers are saying that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land and it should be followed and obeyed by all or every citizen of the Republic. Now, my question to the Dean of Manuel Quezon University is that why is it that the provision of Article 12 was not implemented, but there was a Bayanihan Act which was enacted by Congress? But why is it that Article 12 was not included? So his answer is, if I want to be clarified, I'll go to the Supreme Court. So in that case, why should I go to the Supreme Court if the Constitution provides clearly that it must be done? Particularly that sovereignty, as what Attorney Serapio is saying, that the president is, the sovereignty is will be coming from the president. But I doubt, because when you say sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanate from them, this does not mean that the authority or the sovereignty of the people was being transferred to the president. When we say that emanate from us, that is really coming from us, not from the president. Sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanate from them. Simple as that. So what I was thinking is why we are twisting the law for the benefit of the few, when in fact and in truth, a lot of people is suffering right now. So why should not we interpret the law in accordance to its legal intent and purposes? Yan lang po.
Attorney Serapio, you'd like to respond?
Well, thank you po. First, to clarify, I did not say that sovereignty actually comes from the president. The president is just like all other government officials, is just an agent of the sovereign power of the people as well. Anyway, the Constitution, many of the provisions in the Constitution are not what you call self-executing. You need enabling legislation in order for some of these provisions in the Constitution to be executed. That is one of the reasons why in the proposed Puno Bayanihan Draft Constitution, those which still need enabling legislations have already been made as self-executing. For example, the provision on dynasty. The reason why you cannot implement the provision on dynasty is because it needs the enabling legislation of Congress. In the proposed Bayanihan Constitution, was made already self-executory. In other words, you don't need an enabling legislation. So, and that is also the reason why, sir, a good friend, when you believe that some provisions of the Constitution are not being followed, you need to bring this to the attention of the authority that has the power to be able to execute it. For example, if it is the executive or the president who is called upon to implement that provision of the Constitution, that will have to be brought to the attention of the president, and that will have to follow a process. If the president, despite being is considered to have violated that provision, and as I said, since he is immune from suit, then you will have to sue his alter egos. If it has something to do with health, then you sue the Secretary of Health. If it has something to do with local government, then you sue the Secretary of Local Government. If you have something to do with natural resources, then you sue the Secretary of Natural Resources and all others who were not implementing the law as provided for in the Constitution. That's what I meant. Our Constitution is not, by and large, not self-executory. It requires enabling legislation for it to be implemented. And unfortunately, if the institution called upon to legislate has other interests than the interests of the people, then you will now begin to understand why it is not being implemented. Because what is being implemented is the interest of a select elitist few rather than the interest of the sovereign people. And when that happens repeatedly, and it happens widely and broadly already, that is when we say that the Constitution is no longer being observed, no longer being followed, it is no longer being responsive, and therefore the principal, meaning the people, has that right to reorder against society according to their own plan and according to their own design now. A new constitutional order is something that the people can adopt in order for their interest to be protected and to be promoted. And how does the people exercise that? One way is what you are doing now. You are making a proposition. Let us go back to the 1899 Malolos Constitution, because by doing so, by calling for that, you are calling on the military to withdraw support to the present 87. Because for as long as the military supports the 87 Constitution, then the only way, again, is either revolution is what the other sectors in our society have been waging for the past 60 years, and that is to overthrow the government. Now, as far as we are concerned, we're peace-loving citizens, we're non-violent, we follow the constitutional, legal, democratic, popular process, and that can only be so if we are able to invoke a constitutional mechanism. And that constitutional mechanism I propose is in Article 2, Section 3, which is the protectorate clause of the Constitution. And
point of information to elaborate on what Attorney Strack is saying.
I would like to butt in.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
would like to butt in.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I can only recall what the late Senator Tolentino said in a private conversation inside his car in 1983 after his talk about the West Philippine Sea and UNCLOS at the Manila Mandarin. Yung sabi niya, laws are not made by God. It is only made by man. Later, after several years, some smart lawyers will discover the loopholes in the Constitution and any of the enabling laws. When that time happens, then that is the time when we need to revise the laws of the land. Yan ang sabi niya ni, he is considered as the foremost or number one author in constitutional law. But all his writings, sabi niya, are subject to change eventually when smart lawyers will find out the weaknesses and the loopholes in these laws. Kaya napag-uusapan natin yan ngayon kasi siguro marami na sa inyo, ako hindi ako abogado, pero marami sa inyo ang nakakapansin na talagang napakaraming mali sa constitution natin. And this is a natural process as far as my impression on what the great constitutionalists said. That laws are made by men. Yun lang.
Yes, as a point of clarification to what was said by Attorney Serapio as well as the comment of Mr. Marioles, we have to distinguish within the concept of constitutionalism and an actual enactment of that concept in a paper constitution. Those are two different things. Constitutionalism is the idea of delimited government, wherein people only surrender their sovereignty up to a certain extent as expressed into a document that is called the Constitution. But as you know, a constitution is just a particular instantiation of the spirit and the principle of constitutionalism, which is the highest rule of law, where the welfare and the concerns of the people are foremost, the supreme law of the land. So, when a particular constitution is bastardized, is not followed, is actually superseded by the will of men rather than the rule of law, then that particular instantiation of the spirit of constitutionalism has to be discarded by the people, because they cannot be subjected and oppressed by an instrument, a paper instrument that was a product of their sovereignty. It cannot be used against them. That is why they have the right to revolt. They have the right to change it. They have the right to invoke a new constitution that will reflect the sovereignty that will serve the welfare of the people, which is the highest law. The welfare of the people is the highest law, and that is to be followed. That is, I think, what Mr. Marioles was referring to, and what was also implied by Attorney Serapio. Any comment, Attorney Serapio?
I agree, Professor Hu.
Okay. So does the discussion and the interpellations and the other comments answer your question, Mr. Lorque? Or do you have to add something more? Ben Lorque, you recommend?
I don't believe that what was being mentioned is the solution to the problem at present, because as you have said, the constitution are violated by the people. Like for example, this no ex post facto law has to be or bill of attendance has to be enacted. Then the constitution is now existing. Why the IATF and the DOH has to make another rules and regulation against those provisions of the constitution? So this is the great question in my mind. Why is it that they are creating rules and regulation if not considered as law against the duly constituted Constitution of the Republic?
Yes, Mr. Lorque, I was referring to that precisely when I said earlier in my point of information intervention that the laws of the land has been already violated. The Constitution has been a de facto constitution and a broken constitution since 2001. We are now a government of men, and not a government of law. They do what they want to do, even if it is not in the Constitution. And what is required for them to do, that is required by the Constitution, they don't do if it is not to their interest. Because right now, our society is captured by an elite interest group that only serve their purpose. In their minds, this piece of paper, which they have totally discarded in 2001 and have constantly violated with these things that you are now observing during this pandemic, is just another piece of paper. Some politician even called it just toilet paper. It is, we have now a government of men. We have a de facto and ratified constitution, something that was not approved of by the people. So when an instrument of like a piece of paper is being used by men in the guise of citing constitutionalism to oppress the people, then that particular constitution, that particular piece of paper, which is an expression of constitutionalism, should be discarded by the people. And that is what we are doing now by calling on the military to withdraw support from this document called the 1987 Constitution, which is now being used by the people in power to oppress us, and shift to our Dihori Constitution, the 1899 Constitution, which has never been abrogated by the Filipino people, and is the only Dihori Constitution that can provide us a gift from our forefathers, that can provide us with a reset button to reorganize our society, and then proceed towards retrofitting it with as many amendments as we want that may perhaps adopt most of the provisions that have been recommended in the Bayanihan Constitution, then we should proceed to do that. And our group is opting to call on the military to make that shift peacefully, to make this peaceful shift, because this is something that can be recognized by the principle of constitutionalism. And we are not in any way violating anything. We are not advocating violence. We are asking them to realize this is the way it is, and there are more and more of us clamoring to do this. Then they will have to exert their particular natural role as protectors of the people, and then follow the will of the people. Because, as I have said, the will of people is the voice of God. But under our present setup, wherein the unintended effect of this constitutional independence of the COMELEC was regulatory capture of the COMELEC by syndicates that constantly subject our electoral sovereignty to assault, then the protectors of the people have to intervene and protect this assault and rape about electoral sovereignty, which Attorney Serapio has been called a 3-year cycle of constantly exercising the same thing with expectation that there will be a different result. So this has to be ended. And only a manifestation to the military, which is the organized institution that can express the people's will in terms of enforcement, this particular thing has to be communicated to them, that many and more of the Filipinos are in accord with this call, and that they should heed this call. And that is the purpose of the group. That was the purpose of the group of Attorney Serapio and General Abat in the past decade. And this is our purpose now. And we are explicitly saying that. And so the more we spread this idea, the more we communicate this idea to most of the people in the country, in English, in Tagalog, in the dialects like Ilocano, Pangalatok, and Magindanaon, Tausug, then we'll have more and more people understanding this principle, and this will pressure the military to finally reset the button and set us into a process of changing the Constitution, reverting to the gift of the forefathers that we have in the 1899 Constitution, and proceed toward the renewal of the nation. That's the message I would like to say to everybody. So let's go back to Attorney Serapio if he has anything to add.
Just open for questions, but I have nothing more to add at this point, Professor Hill.
Okay, I think let's give the floor to Congressman Willie Villarama, because he is one of who has experience with the institutional processes of our under the present 1987 Constitution. Any comment or any question, Congressman Villarama?
Nakamute siya, nakamute.
Yeah, I'm asking you to unmute. Congressman Villarama, are you listening to the deliberations or you have muted the entire discussion? You have to unmute. Okay, go ahead. You recognize Congressman Villarama?
Well, I'm more of a listener and a executioner, no? Hindi po ako naging yung bang nag-iisip, no? Kaya I appreciate people na magagaling. Where kamukha ni Kablas, he had me twice, no? Kasi aking kaugalian, kamukha ni Kabal na aking kabayan Charlie. Matagal ko na kaibigan yan. So, ang ginagawa ko lang, yung mga narinig ko na kailangan gawin, I look for ways to implement this. No? If hindi ako masyado yung nag-iisip, nakakaintindi ako, pero kanya-kanya tayong mga talento, no? Hindi binigay ng Diyos lahat isang. So, lagi natanong ng mga kaibigan, matatalino yung mga kaibigan. Hindi ka naman matalino. Sabi ko, ayoko mag-usap sa mga, ayoko makinig sa mga hindi kasi hindi na ako kailangan mag-isip. Iniisip ko na lang kung anong pwede gawin para ma-implement yung mga nakikita kong mang gustong gawin. Ngayon, akin lang dito na kwentuhan natin. Medyo maganda na may historical background at saka may constitutional provision na pwedeng gumalaw ang military. Kaya lang, ito pa yun, dala na ang tao sa mga EDSA 1, EDSA 2, EDSA 3. At ang Pilipino, by nature, mabait at peaceful, no? So, ang iniisip ko, baka yung although tama nakasulat sa papel lahat ang pwedeng gawin ng military, pero pag narinig nila yung military, RevGov, nateterno pang marami dahil eto na naman ang military. Ang nakikita ko kung siguro ang mangyari, create role models, no? Yung mga matitino, kamukha ni Charlie. Ito mga dapat pumasok. Ito. Problema, ang hirap panalo dahil pera-pera eh. So kailangan talaga magkaroon ng grupo, yung mga na kumakandidato kahit palang araw magigising yung mga botante. Mahirap kasi yung kandidato pag natalo, itatanong mo, pare, wala, talo. Hindi pwedeng ganun ang senaryo yung buta. Pag natalo, uli. Ang ibig sabihin, tulong platforma habang buhay. Hindi pwedeng ang ginagawa ni Professor ating tinutuloy niya itong kanyang paniniwala, no? So, virtual congress tayo, which is very helpful dahil it attracts a lot who cannot to win a congress dahil elite. At least natin yung itong kanyang mga susulat tungkol dito sa different solutions, mababasa ng kabataan. Meron siya, may Bibliang iiwanan si Professor dito sa mga kabataan. And sa akin, yun ang malaking contribution kasi wala na tayong mababasa sa diary ng mga role model. Ang malaki nila si sa Pasig, si Anpado. si General sa Baguio, General, tapos sa Alabat, PNP General din. Pero palagay ko, mas marami doon ang mga matitinong mga mayor out of 1,000 what, 700 cities and municipalities. Yun ang kailangan hanapin sana ng mga NGO para sa ganun maikwento, no? Maikwento sa mga bata ano yung mga best practices, no? Hindi naman kasi lahat corrupt eh. And yun ang nakikita kong kulang kaya walang ginaganahan bumoto. Pare-parehong corrupt. Hindi naman totoo yun. Hindi naman lahat ng politiko corrupt. Ang iba, tahimik lang dahil walang magawa. Pero I'm sure may mga executives dyan na best practices. We have to encourage the young people to be active in politics, even not as a candidate, but as voters, no? And to learn how to fact-check itong mga kandidato. Nandiyan naman si Mr. Google, nandiyan naman si Mr. Wikipedia. I-google mo lang sa Wikipedia, pangalan ng senador. Tapos, followed by the word corruption. Lalabas lahat yung Kaya yung sinasabi nila, ang hirap naman kasi 60 million ang botante, ang kandidato mga 5,000 yata or 25,000 na hanggang barangay, hanggang konsehal. Paano makikilala? Ang dami ng pwedeng hanapan, So, yung solusyon, paano mo tuturuan yung 60 million botante, 25,000 ang kandidato, 5,000 ang opisyalis ng COMELEC. So, paano gagawin mo, no? Parang dapat pakita sa kanila na may source of information sa social media. Sipagan lang nila, yung mga vlogger, hanapin na lahat yung totoo at mali, no? And then ang naisip ko, we can ask all candidates to open a Facebook account, and post yung kanilang mga pangarap para sa mahirap, yung mga nagawa nila. So that would be a big project, And it doesn't mean na kalimutan natin itong ginagawa ni Professor. But kailangan it goes hand in hand habang nagtuturo tayo kung anong mga tama. Kailangan may nakikita din yung mga kabataan at hanapin kung sino mga tamang kandidato at hindi tama, no? And libre naman yan, yung kaibiganin nyo yung mga PCIJ, Rappler, doon lahat ng mga negative eh. So yun lang ho ang aking ang aking masasabi kasi ang daming magagaling na Pilipino, maniwala kayo. Ako I know that for a fact. Kaya lang siyempre yung iba napipipi dahil anong gagawin nila? Wala naman silang contact ng mga congressman na palagay nila makakatulong, no? So yun ang ating kailangan environment na gawin. Si Attorney Charlie, very qualified yan, pero alam niya naman sa Bulacan, para manalo ka sa Bulacan, magkano kailangan mo ibuhos? Well, although tapos na, nung tumakbo akong congressman noong 2021, overspending ako, 40 million ang inubos ko, sarili kong pera. Hanggang ngayon, di ko pa nakikita itsura ng 40 million sa bangko ko. Talagang fight to win, dahil gusto kong pakita na pag nanalo ko, magiging iba akong congressman. And I did it, yung mga 10%, pinapasa sa mga hihingi. Kaya nung re-election ko, wala na. Alam naman, ubusin ko pa yung savings ko, Surrender na ako. And then, naging notorious ako sa corruption guy, Yung DOJ secretary, TESDA, BIR, ang dami, Talagang nagwawala ako. And so, nung kumandidato akong re-election, siyempre lahat yung nadisgrasya ko, nagpadala ng pera sa kalabang ko. Ako, nakita ko naman yung gagawin nila dahil Aksyon Demokratiko ako, dalawa lang kami magkapartido. Lahat nasa LDP ba? LDP ba si GMA? Hindi ko na maalala. So, ano, may parusa yung gumagawa ng tama. But question, did I stop after losing? Hindi naman eh. Hanggang ngayon, malikot pa rin ang utak ko. Marami pa rin ako ginagawang anti-corruption. Although underground na, no? Underground na dahil yung aking mga bubuwit nagpapatuloy ng kwento na ganyan. And then may mga matatapang naman sa gobyerno ngayon na kamukha nung magkapatid na Belika, no? Ayan, very subuko yung mga yan. Nagbigay ka ng tip, inimbestigahan talaga nila, no? So, maghahanap tayo ng seryoso. They might not be perfect. Dahil siyempre, may mga amo sila. But by and large, they're trying to cut red tape at dinidemanda nila, ginugulo nila yung PhilHealth, no? So, very positive po ako sa kinabukasan ng Pilipinas. Hanapin lang natin yung mga taong totoo. Taong totoo. Maraming taong totoo, pero siyempre may pabila, takot. Kamo ako yun, siyempre may mga apo na ako, 77 years old na ako. Nag-iingat na rin ako dahil delikadong magkaroon ng mabigat na PCIJ. Meron din sa gobyerno, no? May mga inappoint naman si Presidente na talagang ginagawa trabaho nila, no? So, with social media, I think we can, the situation in this country will improve a lot, no? Although talagang yung mga agencies na malalaking budget, no? Na para sa tao, talagang whether we like it or not, nakukura ko talaga yung bilyon-bilyon pera. Hindi mahinto eh kasi sa bawat ahensya po may mafia eh. Mga old-timers mafia na kinokorap yung mga assistant secretary, regional director. Kasi dito sa nangyayari sa devolution, no? Local government code. Pag-alis ng pera sa sa DBM, punta sa department. Pagdating sa probinsya, ang siga na diyan yung governor at mayor eh. Hindi na pwedeng disiplinahin ng department like Department of Agriculture. Devolved na yan eh. Bababa nila ang DBM, bababa nila ang pera sa DA. Ang DA maglalabas ng pera papuntang region, no? Pagdating sa probinsya, provincial agriculturist ng tangan na ng gobernador. Lalo na pagdating sa munisipyo, ang may tangan ng pera, yung mayor at saka yung kanyang paboritong municipal agriculture office, no? So kung farmer ka at nakaaway mo yung na chismis ka na kinalaban mo yung mayor nung nakaraang halalan, eh wala ka nang tatanggaping biyaya sa gobyerno. So, yun po ang nagiging problema. Wala na pong pakialam o power ang Department of Agriculture pagdating ng pera, paglabas ng pera sa kanilang budget. So, although maganda yung devolution dahil para bang ang sinusunod natin dyan, yung prinsipyo na kung ano magagawa sa baba, gawin sa baba, no? Yung principle of subsidiarity. Kaya lang, hindi pwedeng biglain eh. Kailangan palakasin muna yung ibaba, no? Na yung mga mayor munang palakasin. Kung ngayon may IRA. Wow, ang IRA, sabi nila, magaling. Totoo magaling sa papel ang IRA, lalaki ang budget, no? Pero tignan nyo, pagdating sa barangay, ang tawag dito, ang pondo for development, 20%. Sa isang barangay sa Makati, pinag-aralan na yan, 400 million ang IRA nila. So 20% doon is 80 million development fund. Pwede mong gamitin yan para ipasyal yung mga kasambahay na botante. Pwede panay may... So, yun ang yun ang nakakaiyak. No? Mas malaki ang nawawala sa barangay, palagay ko. No? Kasi pagka tatamaan talaga yung kanilang constituents. No? Yun ang ano. So, we have corruption all over, no? And ito yung mga ito yung mga kailangan pagkukulan ng pansin kasi mayaman po tayo, kaya lang nauubos po sa leakages. Yan pong nakikita kong problema natin. And tama itong ginagawa ni Professor. Kasi dito, we can invent, no, mga batas, no, para magamit ng mga susunod na salinglahe. Usap puti kung paano. Kasi ang tama si Kabayan Charlie, ang problema dito sa Constitution at saka mga batas, kahit ay mga ordinary laws, kailangan ng IRR eh. Kailangan ng implementing rules and regulations. Dito yung dayaan po eh. Dito dayaan. Yung hindi nila malagay sa batas para mapaboran yung mga taipan, yung mga mayaman, sinisingit nila sa IRR. Yan ang malungkot. And ang masa, hindi masyadong kabisado yan. Dahil sila lang nag-uusap. Eh. Makikita nyo na lang na disgrasya na yung pera ng bayan. Yan lang po ang aking sharing. Maraming pong salamat.
Okay, Bien, you recognize Ben Lorque?
Narinig natin na na-enumerate ni Congressman Villarama ang mga problema. I'm sorry na medyo napasunod-sunod ang salita ko. Pero marami ang pumapasok na katanungan sa aking isipan. Sila ay nasa Congress. Alam natin na walang death penalty sa ngayon. Congressman Villarama, pwede ka ba gumawa ng bill na dahil alam mo na doon sa mga probinsya, sa mga LGU, malaki ang problema. Pagdating sa probinsya, punta sa gobernador, sa mayor, doon nagkalat-kalat ng pera. Corruption ay nandoon. Pwede ka ba gumawa ng bill na sa bawat 1 million na makulimbat nino man na opisyal ng gobyerno ay putulan ng daliri, at pag lumampas sa 10 milyon ay putulan ng ulo para wala na mag-ulit sa sunod na gagawa. At ito ay talagang napakahalaga sa mga huling henerasyon natin, na ang mga huling henerasyon natin hindi nagagawa. Alam mo kung bakit? Kahit lagyan mo ng 12 milyon sa tabi niya, hindi niya kukunin yan. Sabi niya, putol ulo ko dito pag ginawa ko to. So I think that is the best solution to the present problem we are facing now in this country. Dahil mahirap eh. Alam natin ang problema, but the question is, we do not create solution to the problem. Kaya may sabi si Einstein ba yata, hindi ko magkamali, na ang problema na ginawa ng mga dati nating kaisipan ay hindi pwede gagawin ulit para ulitin ang failure ng ating isip. So, yan lang. Tapos, banggit mo kanina na may isa ka pa nabanggit na tungkol doon sa ano ba yung huli mo sinabi. Doon nakikita ko na may kagaya nito sa mga implementation ng batas na hindi na-implement. Kaya sa Maritime Industry Authority, dahil ako ay isang seaman, Republic Act 9483, that was enacted in 2007. So siguro, hindi ko alam kung congressman ka noon. Bill to ni Manny Villar na naaprubahan, naging batas. So pagkasabi doon, for every liter of oil delivered by oil tanker, they have to pay Maritime Industry Authority 10 centavos per liter. So nung ma-research ko, nakikita ko na we have consumed 82 million liters a day. So kung itong 82 million liters a day, nasingil ito ng Maritime Industry Authority, araw-araw may koleksyon sana tayo na 8.2 million. At from 2007, since the law was enacted, pag kinompute natin yan, maliwanag na may more or less 50 billion tayong collectible. So nabanggit mo rin kanina na doon sa IRR nagkakatalo, pero napag-usapan namin ito sa maritime industry, na ang batas nga, gumawa sila ng batas. Wala naman doon ang mga retraining na kung ano-ano mga bayarin sa training. Bakit insert sa IRR? So sabi ng ibang abogado, mali ito. Ang wala sa batas, hindi pwede lagay sa IRR. So can you enlighten us? Bakit na nangyayari ito? Kaya ang akin naisip diyan, ang mga taong gumawa ng korupsyon, for every 1 million corruption he made, isang daliri ang putulin, at kung mahigit sa 10 milyon, ulo niya putulin para hindi naman pumarisan. Salamat.
Okay, Congressman Villarama, your floor.
Alam niyo po, palagay ko, ang ibig niyo lang sabihin ay walang kaparusahan sa mga magnanakaw. Kasi para umandar ang batas, kailangan may punishment eh. Halimbawa, sa Subic. Sa Subic, pag hindi ka pumara sa full stop, siguradong huhulihin ka. Kaya doon, maingat ang mga drivers. Ang ibig ko sabihin, para sa isang lipunan, umunlad ng mabuti, yung mga batas dapat sinusunod, at kung hindi sinusunod, ay may kaparasahan. Sa Pilipinas, ang problema po natin, halimbawa, sa stoplight, may bisita ako minsan na Amerikano, yung driver ko naman, magre-red na, nag-go pa. So sabi niya, what are those stoplights for? No? Yung sabi ko sa Pilipinas, when you see a red light, it only means you may want to stop. No? You may want to stop. Hindi sinusunod eh. Ngayon, ang number one solusyon talaga para magkaroon ng mahuli, no? O malaman natin ang ginagawa ng lahat, kailangan po transparent. Yung transparency po, ngayon with social media, and yung mga makabagong pwedeng kasi kamukhang ginagawa ni Biko, sa bidding nila naka-video, no? Mapapanood mo sa bahay mo kung sino-sino naglalaban sa bidding, kung ano mga kampanya, no? So ang laki na savings niya, kaya awarded yan na outstanding mayor, no? So it's not impossible. Ang kailangan lang po talaga, makahalal tayo ng Pangulo na may political will. At paligid sa mga matinong may karanasan sa gobyerno. Kasi kahit na magaling ang isang tao, wala namang karanasan, wala din mangyayari, no? Kailangan kasi, kayo, yung sinasabi nyo sa maritime industry, dahil yun ang profesyon nyo, I'm sure, alam niyo na lahat ang kalokohan dyan. Yung lagayan, lahat, yung mga ang kailangan, no? Ngayon, kung transparent lahat, kahit sa judiciary, kung nakalagay ka agad sa, let's say, sa isang platform, yung mga kasong nakapending, tapos may timeline yan, ano? Pwedeng yung nasasakdal o yung nagdidemanda, makikita kung kailan siya nagdemanda at nasaan yung kanyang papel, ano? Mabibilang, isang buwan, 2 buwan, 1 taon, 2 taon. So, may pupuntahan yung complainant, kunwari, yung Chief Justice, meron siyang, may sarili siyang, tawag dito, platform, kung saan may magsusumbong, no? Na Chief Justice, itong kaso po ni Atty. Serapio, tagal-tagal na nakapending, bakit ganun? Tapos biglang nabuhay. So what I'm trying to say po, dito sa makabagong mga pamamaraan, Internet of Things, yun po at doon po kailangan mag-concentrate kung puhubaran ng mga kandidato, kasi nila, papahubaran ng lahat ay which is not impossible, dahil nakikita nyo naman magbukas kayo ng isang, nakikita nyo na lahat yung ginagawa ng isang tao. So, parang dapat kapartner nung mga grupo natin, ano? Aside from yung mga batas, tingnan natin kung paano natin, kaya nga po tayo nandito, para mga congressman tayo, para mapagkakala po natin anong ilalagay natin, yung batas, at saka tayo na rin ang susulat ng IRR. Dahil pinag-usapan natin kung paano nagpapalusot, no, yung mga sa Kongreso, sa Senado. Kanya-kanyang interest po kasi, alam nyo, sa IRR, mga palitan nyo lang isang word, bubuka na eh. Pabor na yung paboran na po nung ng isang kamukha dun sa ating yung ating electric bill, electric law natin, di ba? EPERA law. Yung EPERA law, yan, ang daming naglabi diyan, no? Alam niyo na, yung mga nasa electric power. Kaya yung original yan, hindi nakakilala nung nagsulat nung lumpas. No? Tayo san, kaya monopoly naman. So, marami po tayong trabaho talaga. Yung frustration, naiintindihan ko po. Talagang pwede lang putulan ng ulo sa luneta itong mga salbahing ito. Kaya lang po, mukhang Old Testament na po yan. Pero well taken po yung frustration nyo. Isa na po ako na frustrated dahil wala nang pagbabago. Nung napalis ko yung mga taong napalitan lang ng mga maskara. Kaya sabi ko, nung kapanahon ako, parang sabi ko, ang tapang ni Villarama, ang galing. Nung may sumada ako ng konti, ako napakatanga ko pala. Dahil kung magaling ako, nahinto ko yung corruption. Napilitan na pag-appoint na matitito. Tipo yung isang pinalit, 2 plastic case, tumakbo sa Singapore, doon namatay ng cancer. Ayaw bumalik kasi plunder, walang bail. Attorney. Walang bail eh. So, hindi yung MRT, yung LRT1 extension from Baclaran to Imus, Cavite. Napahinto ko yan dahil kung meron itong privilege speaks, in-enumerate ko po yung defective yung kanilang kontrata. At hindi ko nga sinasabing ihinto, kundi sinasabi ko na ipaliwanag yung nga po bakit walang bidding, bakit ganito, bakit gano'n. No? Mga violation. Of course, hindi naman po ako sumulat ng speech na mga kaibigan ko nagsusumbong na they belong to agencies, no? Na talagang mga kaibigan ko, sabi ko, kung masama pala yung kontratang yan, igawa niyo ako ng privilege speech. Kahit na hindi ko naiintindihan, yung isusulat nyo, magaling po akong magbasa. Kaya kong basahin yan sa floor. So, nagtawanan sila. So, ginawa nila ako ng privilege speech. Pinakita ko sa isang abogado na ang negosyo niya, yung BOT. No? So, sabi ko, attorney, pag-aralan mo nga ito kung paano ito. Then, after 2 hours, tumawag, nagkita kami. Sabi niya, boss, sabi ganyan, ang ganda po ng kontratang ito, sabi. Pwede po ba kopihin? Bakit natin kukupihin? Ang laki po nakikitain natin dito, sabi niya. So, confirm na yung kontrata, ang daming butas. No? Sabi ko, loko ka. Isisiwalat dito sa Congress. Naku, sir, bakit? Ang laki nakikitain nito. I just wanted to make sure na hindi ako barumbado sa mga ginagawa ko. No? Mahirap naman yung para madyaryo lang. So, pinalinis ko yung speech, binasa ko sa Kongreso, nilapitan ako ng mga taga-Cavite, no, na mga kaibigan ko naman. Isa bata pa, Tito Willie tawag sa akin. Tito Willie, sabi, project namin niya, pupunta sa Imus. Sabi ko, hindi ko naman pinahihinto. Sabi ko, sagutin niyo lang kako yung sagutin niyo yung mga tanong ko. Tito, ang dami naman tanong, 25 ang tanong mo. O sabi ko, hindi naman ako nagmabadali. Sabi ko, sagutin niyo kako. Hindi nila nasagot. So the administration decided to cancel it. To cancel it. Ako, magaling talaga ako. Ngayon, yung presyo noong 2003 at saka yung presyo ngayon na ang nanalo sa bidding, Ayala at saka Manny Pangilinan Group. Ang laki-laki na po ang inabot. Ang inabot ng presyo. Talagang double. Tipin yung presyo nun. So, ang tanong ko, yung sabi ko sa sarili ko, nagsisisi ako kako. Ba't ba binanatan ko pa ito? Kung pinabayaan ko, kung kumita yung mga korap, isipin nyo, meron ng LRT1 papuntang Imus, matagal na. Pangalawa, ang dami ng mga de-develop doon para sa mga murang bahay dahil Cavite, di ba? So, sabi ko, tama ba yung ginawa ko? Tama ba ginawa ko na binulgar ko itong mabahong kontratang ito? Well, ethically, tama, no? Dahil mali eh. Pero in practical terms, na-delay ang development ng Imus, yung papuntang Cavite, para sa mga bahay ng mga mahihirap. Yung mga low-cost housing. Nandiyan lahat sa Cavite eh. So, yung po ang nagiging problema talaga dahil hindi ko sinasabing kung mauulit tahimik ako, no? Pero ang kinikwento ko lang po sa inyo kumisan, mas malaki kumisan ang damage sa paggawa ng tama, no? Dahil ako naniniwala ko tama, pero nandun na yun eh. Kaya sabi ko nga, mahirap talaga po ang governance. So, kailangan talaga sukatin din natin. And kasi siyempre, ang tama, hindi po ba? Ngayon, ako naman, palagay ko, kung mabubuhay ako ulit, palagay ko, uulitin ko din yung mga ginawa ko no congressman ako. Dahil hindi naman pwedeng, dahil maraming makikinabang, papabayaan mo na magnakaw, di ba? Pabayaan na natin mag-smuggle ng droga para yung kita sa droga, patayo ng bahay na libre para sa mahihirap. Tama po ba yun? Hindi na pwede yun eh. And that is when yung mga leader nag-waiver between yung tama at saka yung makikinabang ang mahirap. Diyan po nadidisgrasya ang gobyerno. Diyan po nadidisgrasya. Kailangan talaga po, yung talagang huwag mawala ang idealism. Walang exception. Pag may kasalanan, sa kapatid mo, tatay mo, or what, dapat parusahan. Until we are able to reach that stage, talagang gagapang po itong ating bansa. Dadami mahirap. Kamukha ngayon, dito po sa amin sa Green Hills, nakakanervous na. Pag kanan ng kotse sa Ortigas, marami ka na makikita mga bata na nagpapalimot, titinan yung daliri, kamay nila, may tansan. Pag hindi kayo nagbigay, kahit na 5 o 10 centimos, pagdating sa bahay, silipin nyo yung gilid ng kotse nyo, may galos na. May galos. Ganyan po ang sitwasyon ngayon. Ano ito? Green Hills na ito. Dito nagpupunta yung mga nagugutom eh. Dahil siyempre, tingin nila, lahat ng nakatira dito, dumadaan sa Ortigas, may kaya. At hindi nakapagtataka po na kahit na po sa Facebook, ang dami na pong nanloloko. Yung misis ko, ginamit pa niya, akala naman nung kaibigan niya, kailangan niya ng 50 bill. Nagpadala ng 50 bill, ayun. Mabigat po. Pati yung kaya ingatan din po natin, yung mga internet, mga bangko, nagkakagutom po. Pag gutom ang tao po, kakapit ang patalim. Yun lang po. I hope I was able to give you a proper answer po.
Thank you very much for keeping our feet on the ground while trying to peer through the clouds in our vision to do things para sa bansa. May tanong si Jingle Menes Tamayo. So, Jingle, you have the floor.
Good morning po sa lahat. Gusto ko lang po din sana yung clarify yung sinabi ni Sir Roque. Then po doon sa support din po kanina sa sinabi ni Sir Hill. Ang sa sinasabi po ni Sir Roque na itong ginagawa natin, I think this is not the right solution. So I think ito ay isa lamang as isang solution na striking multiple problems. Kasi unang-una po, ang isang problema na sinasabi ni Sir, may isa pa tong problema nagiging cause nun. So, para kumbaga, isang appliances, instead na i-repair mo isang part, why don't reset? Di ba? Kagaya na sinasabi ni Sir. Ito po ay isa pa lamang pagre-reset. So, from pag-reset natin dito, ito ay marami ng malalaglag. Ang pagkakaintindi ko po dito, based din po sa mga naririnig ko sa mga explanation nila Sir Gillette sa kanila Sir ni Attorney Posadas. Ano po ito? Kung ma-remove natin yung mga solid objects, kumbaga, yung mga yung mga aliens na mga agencies, which is matitira lamang po is purely Filipino, malaking bagay po ito. So, isa po doon, issue natin sa COMELEC. Doon sa mga, yung pagpili natin ng mga kandidato o yung mga politiko na ipapwesto natin sa gobyerno. If mailalagay natin ng tama ang mga taong gusto natin at hindi yung mga taong gusto ng may pera lang, siguro po naman, time will come na dahil yun ang chosen ng tao, justified na talaga yun ang gusto ng tao. Siguro naman ay makakapagserbisyo yon sa tao at hindi yung bumibili lang ng boto at hindi yung mga tao na lang na finand o nilagay doon ng mga taong may pera lang. So, isa din po yun sa mga isa po yun sa mga cost nitong lahat na ito dahil sa gusto ito ng mga elitista, kaya sila yung nakapwesto diyan. Time will come pag gusto ng mga elitista, yun ang masusunod dahil sila ang nagpwesto. Samantala yung mga tao na bumoto daw na useless ang boses nila, napunta sa wala dahil nasusunod ang gusto ng ilang tao lamang. So isa lamang po ito sa mga solusyon na ang strike na problema marami, kumbaga isang bato sa maraming ibon. So yun lang po ang masagot ko doon kay Sir. So pagdating po dito siguro sa in the future, if in case po na mag-successful itong pinupush natin, siguro time will come na we need to amend. We put some transparency, yung mga taong sa pwesto. Siguro naman ngayon upgraded na tayo, high-tech na. Lahat ng transparency pwede natin ipa-implement na andyan yung social media. We have some platforms or websites or any applications na accessible by the public na pwedeng makita ng tao anong nangyayari. Like siguro when it comes to Congress, make it viewable by everyone. Hindi yung kung sino-sino lang na andon at sila na nagkakaintindihan. Then even sa Senate at kahit po siguro sa ng presidential, yung nakikita ng tao kung anong mga kaganapan doon, yung walang mga hidden, yung walang tinatago ng mga agenda nila, para at least po ang tao din makakapag-decide kung makikilala din ng mga tao, yung mga taong nilalagay nila sa pwesto. Yun lamang po. Salamat.
Thank you sa input mo, Jingle. May comment kaya doon si Congressman Villarama?
Hindi ko po masyadong nakuha yung issue na
ang binabanggit ni Jingle, I think nasa Tuguegarao siya, based siya sa Tuguegarao, pero she is originally from Antique. Ang kanyang tinatanong ay this process na ginagawa natin will lead to transparency at mapipilitan na harapin ng mga gumagawa ng masasamang bagay ang katotohanan pag nabibisto sila sa web o lahat ng media at magiging parang they are living on a goldfish bowl, nakita ng lahat ng tao ang ginagawa nila. Yung ba pwedeng mangyari? Yung ba ang tinatanong ni Jingle?
Well, pwede po mangyari yan. Ano po? Kaya lang, ugatin natin ang problema ng justice system natin. Ano? Kasi lahat po ng demanda, pupunta yan sa huwes, hindi po ba? Dadaan sa piskalya, tapos kung may kaso, sasampa sa huwes. Ang nakikita ko po kasi sa judicial system natin, and sigurado ko, alam ni kabayan na ito, dumadaan po lahat yan sa JBC. Okay, ito yung Judicial and Bar Council na nasa Constitution yan. Ngayon, para ma-appoint ka sa Judicial and Bar Council, palakasan din po yan eh. Palakasan. Kasi pag naayos yung Judicial and Bar Council, sila ang nag-approve. Ito ang kanilang i-recommenda bilang municipal judge, RTC judge, Court of Appeals, Supreme Court. Okay? So, tangan nila sa kanilang kamay yung mga taong huhusga sa mga nasasaktan. Ngayon, ang problema, palakasan yan. Okay? So, unang-unang dapat gamutin natin yung pagpili ng Judicial and Bar Council members, no? Ang nakikita ko diyan, lahat ng aplikante kailangan ibigay yung kanilang last 5 years na salin kung sila ay nasa gobyerno na. At kung hindi naman, yung last 5 years ng kanilang income tax return. Okay, para magkabistuhan na kung korap o hindi, kung nandadaya o hindi. Okay? So, hopefully, yung ma-appoint na members ng Judicial and Bar Council, malinis ang background. Okay? Ayun, ang problema dyan, Charlie, kailangan niya may senador at congressman dyan. Tama ba ako? Nandiyan ba si kabayan Charlie? Doon magkakaproblema dahil siyempre yan, di ba? Sila dyan. Pero yung hindi mga politiko na miyembro, kailangan malinis na malinis yan. Kasi pag naglakaran para, let's say, municipal trial court, sabihin na, small time lang yan. Nasa probinsya yan. Kasi, kumbaga sa nabubuntis, yung semilya ng lalaki, malinis talaga. Okay? So that, pag nag-apply naman yan ng judge, ganun din dadaan na naman sa judicial arc. So magsasabit na naman siya ng kanyang salin, statement of assets and liabilities. Okay? Hanggang paitaas yan. Hopefully, no, may makikitang hindi qualified dahil hindi balanse yung kanyang income tax return or yung kanyang salin. Of course, meron pa rin palusot diyan kung paano lalakarin. So, ito nakikita para maging non-political yung kasi para idaan sa commission ng appointment. Yun, siyempre sa lakaran yan dahil congressman at senador, no? But pag ganyan, yung mga may complaint against itong mga kandidato, pwedeng mag-file at humarap sa appointment para isiwalat yung kanyang nalalaman tungkol sa isang kandidatong justice o Court of Appeals o RTC judge or Municipal Trial Court judge, no? Kasi doon nag-uumpisa lahat eh. Pag mali ang umpisa, hanggang dumating sa Supreme Court yan, mali. Naintindihan nyo? So ganun ang kailangan may pagbabago sa sistema. Hindi mari yung hindi madadaan sa yan sa galit So that's why so that yung mga nasasakdal mahihirapan na silang makakatagpo sila ng mga huwes na disente, fair, no? Kasi ngayon, ang problema din kasi, at alam naman ng mga abogado yan, hindi naman sikreto, walang laban mahirap pag may kaso eh. Bakit? Nalalakad sa mga huwes. Hindi ko naman nilalat, pero matindi din ang corruption sa judiciary. Grupo-grupo yan. Grupo ng eskwelahan yan, paka ng fraternity, mga law fraternities, kanya-kanyang alagayan ng mga judges, kaklase nila, kasama nila sa fraternity. So pag may kaso ka, hanapin mo lang kung anong fraternity sa isang mataas na eskwelahan, yung judge na yon. Maghanap ka na ng mga brad nila. Okay? Yun ang maglalakad. So it's still yung pamamaraan po ang kailangan natin baguhin. Parang sa paghalal ng ating po mga politiko, marami nagsasabi nga, napakahirap dahil hindi natin sila kilala. Kaya dito, kailangan din transparency. Sabi ko nga kanina, pilitin natin silang magbukas ng kanilang Facebook account at ilagay lang nila yung kanilang pangarap para sa mahirap. Yung hindi maglalagay, magkakamit ng kalaban. Sasabihin nung kalaban, itong si Villarama, maraming kasalanan nito. Ayaw maglagay ng kanyang plataforma sa Facebook niya. So, ang ibig ko sabihin, kung mayor o kakalat na yan sa bayan. Itong isang kandidatong ito, ayaw sumali sa isang pamamaraan na transparent ang mga kandidato. Alam nyo, binigay na sa atin ng Diyos ang lahat ng gamit eh. Itong social media, galing sa Diyos yan. Can you imagine na ang daling silipin yung mga ginagawa ng lahat. So, I hope nasagot kita, kapatid.
So, thank you very much, Congressman Villarama. So, Jingle, ang sinasabi din ni Congressman, nasa atin din yan. Kailangan natin mag-research, magbulgar ng mga alam natin, at ilagay sa ating movement na to. Anyway, meron pa bang ibang tanong dyan bago ko ibigay kay Giancarlo? Kayo ba Mr. Melo Gold 8? Parang meron kayong broadcast o radio system. May mga comment ba kayo sa mga napapakinggan yung mga usapan ngayon? You have the floor, Melo Gold 8.
Thank you, Sir Hel. Actually, nag-observe lang ako sa inyong meeting. So this meeting, pwede ba itong i-public or this is only private?
Yes, it can be published. Wala kaming tinatago dito. You can cover us. Wala kaming no censorship, no nothing. Kung anong what you see is what you get.
Actually, ako yung technical support ng Gising Maharlika. So nag-observe ako ngayon sa inyong meeting. Naka-live siya sa Facebook pero di ko makita kung saan. So I will volunteer also to help you kung ano yung may tutulong ko dito sa ating adhikain for technical support ng more on computers or live streaming. So I can assist you para mapaabot natin talaga ito sa karamihan. Kasi ang ating napag-usapan dito, ang sistema natin talaga ang problema. So para mabago natin ito, dapat marami din yung nakakaalam sa problema. Kasi ngayon maraming nagbubulag-bulaga na lang or hindi na pinapansin yung problema kaya walang nangyayari. So as we fight in the Gising Maharlika na dapat gisingin natin yung ating kababayan na sa sitwasyon ngayon. So marami kasing brainwash, marami yung natutulog na. So pwede niyo akong lapitan para po ma-assist ko kayo sa health para po sa para mas paabot natin ito sa lahat ng sulok ng buong Pilipinas. So yun lang, sir.
Oh, salamat kasi kaming mga senior na ay technically challenged kasi mga bagong bagay ito eh. Hindi namin
Kaya nga,
anong mga pipindutin namin para mapalagay sa remote,
tago ako muna ng senior kasi para maging member ako dito.
Member, pwede kang mag-member anytime and we will reach you. Basta yung handle mo, Melo Gold, I will PM you and we will be in contact. Wala dito pa. Lahat ng dito, mga bata at matatanda, na pinagyakap ng panahon. Kaya tayong lahat dito, harapin natin ang mga problema natin together. Maraming salamat sa offer mo and we will take you up on that, Melo. Okay.
May isang lang ako, sir, comment. Kaya pwede sa sunod, sir, mag-headset or mag-microphone kasi yung audio nyo parang nasa ilalim. So, minsan hindi masyado maririnig. Kaya yung iba, nilalapit yung cellphone sa tinga nila para marinig yung audio nyo. So, as host, dapat clear yung audio natin para po mas malinaw sa mga nanonood. So, yun yung lang observe kong kulang sa ating live ngayon.
Next week, magma-microphone ako para madaling maintindihan ang sinasabi.
Yes, sir.
I will do that.
Yun lang, sir. Thank you.
May comment ata si Congressman Villarana. Go ahead.
Ito pong Mr. Gold 8. Alam niyo po, ang mga tao kasi, alam ang problema. Hindi hindi ako naniniwala masyado na wala silang pakialam. Kasi kung ginugutom ka, sasakit yung tiyan mo eh. Kung biktima ka, malulungkot ka. Ang problema natin, wala silang nakikitang solusyon naman. Dapat, pag may problema, pag-aralan natin ang solusyon. Naniniwala ako, pag nakita ng mga mukhang walang pakialam ang solusyon, no, kung paano gagawin, paano isosolve ang isang problema, magigising yung mga yun. Kaya itong ating Congress na ginagawa ni Professor Hill, yun ang ating pakay, no? To discuss problems, but most of all, how will you solve the problem? Yun ang importante. And then, pag nalaman na natin how, sino ang sosolve naman? Yun ang mga katanungan. And itong mga pinag-usapan natin dito, maliwanag na may solusyon eh. Halimbawa, yung voters education na pinag-usapan natin kanina, paano, no? Anong solusyon? Transparency. Magbukas ng Facebook. Ngayon, ang pangatlong tanong na importante, how? Sino gagawa nun? Kayo ba maghahanap ng nung mga katangian o kabulukan ng isang kandidato? So kailangan tuloy yan. So doon sa grupo nyo, kailangan may malit na grupo kayo, kunwari sa inyong bayan, bubulungan nyo. Kumuha na tayo ng record ng ating mga kandidatong mayor para sa ganun, mapag-usapan natin at kung gusto natin mag-mock election tayo para makita natin napupusuan ng mga botante. Kasi hindi naman porket corrupt, ayaw na ng iba. So at the same time, mababasa natin ano ba hinahanap na leader ng ating bayan dito, no? O ng Pilipino. Kasi hindi naman dahil ayaw natin, ayaw din ng iba. Ang mga halimbawa, si Presidente, 80% ang kanyang acceptance ratio, malapit na halalan. Hindi, siyempre, sigaw ng iba, nabibili yan. Nabibili yung mga survey companies na yan. Well, sa Pilipinas nga, dalawa lang ang klaseng kandidato eh. Yung natatalo at saka yung nadadaya, no? So, ang point ko, medyo kailangan talaga yung gagawa ng pag-aaral, kailangan yung kunwari sa bayan nyo, siguro yung mga pare, mga principal ng eskwela, ano bang mga talaga non-partisan, hindi walang kinikilingan, sila ang gagawa ng pag-aaral para walang mapagbibintangan na yung grupo nyo, halimbawa, may kandidato na pala kayo, nagmamock election pa kayo. No? So, kailangan din po ng integrity ng mga nagtuturo. Hindi pwede pong mahalata tayo ng mga tao. Hindi naman mga tangay mahihirap. Ang mahirap po, batatalino yan. Pagkatapos ng almusal, lalabas ng bahay, maghahanap ng nakakain sa tanghalian ng anak. Pagkatapos, maghahanap ng hapunan. Yung iba, maghahanap ng tulugan, natutulog sa ilalim ng mga, meduyan sila sa ilalim ng mga tulay. No? So, sila mas magaling sila sa atin eh. Tayo, wag lang kakain eh. Galit na tayo eh. Ito matiisin. Ganyan po ang Pilipinong mahihirap. Matatalino yan, mga survivors po yan. Kaya lang, napagsasamantala, nananakaw po yung mga pera. Ngayon, nananakaw ang pera, tapos ng solusyon, sino ang mag-i-implement yun? Po ang kailangan natin laging tinatanong pag nakakarinig po tayo ng may problema. Dahil naniniwala po ako, yung matitinong tahimik, kamukha itong binuksan na virtual conference na ating professor, ting Sabado, napag-uusapan natin problema at saka solusyon upang gumawa ng batas pagdating ng panahon. So, baka lumabas yan mas magaling po tayo sa mga halal. Yun lang po.
Okay,
Nice
thank you very much, Congressman. Bago tayo bumalik sa kay Ben at saka kay Jingle, pagbigyan mo natin si Giancarlo, matagal na nakataas ang kanyang kamay. Go ahead, Giancarlo. Giancarlo, you have the floor. Go ahead. Hindi ka namin marinig. Giancarlo, we can't hear you.
Go na dyan, Carlo.
Mute ka ba, Giancarlo? Hindi kita marinig. Hindi natin marinig si Giancarlo. So, I'll give the floor to Jingle. Jingle, nagtaas ka ng kamay kanina? O hindi, bibigay ko na kay Guyan. Okay, Jingle, go ahead.
Thank you, Sir Hill. Sir, may tanong lang sana ako doon kay Congressman Villarama. Is it possible po ba na in the Congress, Senate, or Office of the President, ganun, for the sake of transparency, during session, whatever, anong meron man na may pag-uusapan sila within that hall, magkaroon sila ng official, sabihin natin, FB page. During live session, you have to go live it para lahat ng madla ng tao nakikita kung sino yung mga pagkikita mo during session kung sino talaga yung mga concern, kung sino talaga yung mga officials dyan na may care sa tao at saka sino yung mga active at makikita mo kung sino yung may mga personal agenda. Yun lang po, sana kung possible po ba yun na magkaroon ng official FB page.
Well, alam niyo po, nasa taong bayan po yan eh. Halimbawa, on a national level, kung magsasama-sama yung mga dean ng colleges, yung mga retired justices, mga retired bishops, kabataan, kung sama-sama silang hihingi naman ng may message sila sa mga kandidatong presidente, vice presidente, kahit sa lahat na po, pati senador, national in scope. Palagay ko po, mapipilitan silang hindi babaliwalain itong hinihingi ng grupong malaki na mga leader magsasaka, leader ng urban poor. Kasi pag hindi sila nag-submit ng kanilang mga pangarap, ang record nila, malaki ang makakalaban nila. Naintindihan niyo po, malaking grupo yan. Makakalaban na nila yan. Dahil lahat ng matitino, nandiyan na eh. So, yun po ang nakikita ko. Kumbaga, mayroong people power na hindi madugo, kundi people power for transparency of all national candidates. Yung sa mga munisipyo, probinsya, kanya-kanya na yun. Kasi pag na-implement natin yan sa national candidates, madali lang kopyahin sa probinsya yan at mga syudad at municipality. So, sabi nga po ni Professor, nasa atin po talaga. Sabi nga ni Professor Hill. Kaya maganda nga po itong ginagawa natin dahil lumalakas ang loob natin dahil marami tayong interesado sa pagbabago. Yan po ang nakikita ko. Na halimbawa, dun sa lugar nyo, hanapin nyo na kung sino bang mga retired dyan. Kasi kaya ko sinasabing retired. Kasi yung retired, hindi na pwedeng takutin eh. Retired na. Pero mga nakaupo pa sa gobyerno o may pwesto pa, siyempre kakabahan yan. Huwag natin po isubo yung mga nakaupo. Halimbawa, kung presidente ng universidad, baka hindi bigyan ng pera ng CHED yan pag sumali. Hanapin na po natin yung mga retired. At saka yung mga kabataan, matatapang yan. So humarap tayo ng mga level-headed na mga kabataan na silang gagabay, silang sasama dito sa parang pinaka-movement for national transparency. Well, yun lang ang naisip kong pangalan. Pwede pong pagandahin yan. Pwede pagandahin ni Professor Hill yan, yung sinasabi ko po. Yun lang po. Salamat po sa inyong tanong.
Thank you very much, Congressman. See, I'm giving the floor to Ben Lorque. Go ahead, Ben.
Dagdag ko lang doon sa nabanggit ni Gising Maharlika, ni Milo. Kami ni na Captain Ray Baleros, more or less 20 years na kami nakipaglaban na matino itong maritime industry natin. Dahil kami ay mga marino. Kapitan Baleros, ako naman si engineer. Now, ang masama dito sa atin, ang mga lawmaker natin talaga may problema. Una, mayroong international treaty na ratipikado ng Pilipinas. Sinulat ko ito sa Marino Party List. Sinulat ko ito sa OFW family na please make a bill or enact a law na magkaroon tayo ng proper interpretation ng mga international treaties at international convention kasi ginamisinterpret ng mga kasamahan natin dito pagdating ang international convention and treaties para pagtirahan nila. Hanggang ngayon, wala nangyari. So, isa sa mga bagay-bagay na nakipaglaban ako ay itong pag-implement nila ng officer in charge OIC kung tawagin, at saka MLC, Maritime Labor, Maritime Course, no? Na hindi ito requirement ng Standard of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping kasi doon sa forward pa lang ng Standard of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping, maliwanag ang sinabi. Part A of this code is not part of the it is governed by the Vienna Convention of the Law of Treaties. So ang ibig sabihin, pag nag-interpret ka ng International Convention, dapat gamitin mo to ngayon ang Vienna Convention of the Law of Treaties with due respect to pacta sunt servanda. Na the agreement has to be faithfully respected. Ngunit ang nangyayari dito, hindi na respeto ang International Convention at saka International Treaty. So ang ginawa ko ngayon, nag-request ako ng kay Senator Grace po na imbestigahan ito sa Senado So na magkaroon ng investigasyon sa Senado, wala nangyari noong 2008. So sa madaling salita, dahil wala nangyari, I informed the International Maritime Organization what happened now to the status of the Filipino seafarer kasi may threat na by 2021 ma-watchlist, ma-blacklist ang Filipino seaman sa Europe at wala na makabiyahe na Pilipino doon. Now, alam mo kung ano nangyari? Dahil nagkaroon ng issue doon sa International Maritime Organization sa European Maritime Safety Agency. Ang request ko noong 2008 na i-abolish itong training na 60,000 ang tuition fee for 4 months training. Kagaya ko, more than 20 years ako na nagturo, na nagsakay sa barko. Pa-training mo ko ngayon, magbayad ako ng 60,000. Ang magtuturo sa akin ay junior ko. Ano tingin nyo? Mas malaki pa ang alam ng junior ko. Minsan mga estudyante ko pa nga nagtuturo. So kapag pinasok ko yan ng training na yan, sira ang training program nila. Alam mo kung bakit? Pag tinanong ko estudyante ko kung ano yan, sabihin lang niya sa akin yan, sir, alam mo naman yan. So useless. Pero because of corruption, nanatili ang ito. So dapat ang mga lawmaker natin, yan sabi ko nga, gumawa sila ng guidelines na ma-interpret itong mga international treaty and international convention para maiwasan natin ang pag-misinterpret ng mga batas na ito para i-apply nila ang korupsyon. Kasi nangyayari nga, ngayon, dahil sumulat na ang European Maritime Safety Agency na delikado tayo sa Europe, alam mo kung ano ginawa ng Maritime Authority? Inabolis ang training course program na ito. So ang nangyari, kung 600,000 marine officer ang kumuha at 60,000 per course, napakaliwanag na 30 billion ang nakulimbat ng mga mapagsamantala sa mga seaman. So yan ang napaglaban namin na Ray Baliros na dapat kung ano nakasaad sa international treaty or international convention, ang main intent and purposes lang ang sundin. Huwag yung dagdagan pa. Kasi pag dinagdagan mo na, iba na. Hanggang na napuna tayo ng International Maritime Organization, nasabi niya malaki ang korupsyon sa Manila. Malaki ang korupsyon sa Pilipinas. Huwag na natin sila papuntahin dito sa atin. So ang napektuhan dahil sa kalukuhan ng mga namumuno sa gobyerno, ang apektado ang mga practitioner. So kaya yan nga sabi ko na ulitin ko ulit na para maiwasan itong mga problema na ito, yung putol daliri sa bawat 1 milyon na nakulimbat at saka putol ulo sa bawat 10 milyon na kulimbat, dapat magawaan ng Kongreso ng paraan ito at ma-implement nang mabigyan solusyon ang lahat ng problema na hinaharap natin dito sa bansang Pilipinas. Salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Pero yung makikinig sa atin ng mga tao yan, kung tayo ay magkaroon ng mga malawakang pagkilos na ginagawa natin ngayon. Tulad ng ginagawa natin dito sa 1899 Congress natin, ito ay hindi lang pag-revive ng Malolos Congress, ng spirit ng Malolos Congress, ito rin ay pag-monitor ng buong gobyerno ng Pilipinas. Kaya papunta tayo doon sa sinasabi nating shadow structure of government, shadow government. Katulad ng sa iyong kalagayan, ikaw ay napag-usapan na natin to dahil sa ikaw ay expert sa maritime situation. Sa ating Facebook page at saka sa web natin, yung ating Shadow Maritime Institute or Shadow Maritime Authority, ikaw ang magiging head natin doon. So lahat ng mga volunteers natin, tulad ng mga kasama natin sa Gising Maharlika, na mga mahilig mag-research, sabi nga ni Congressman Villarama, mahilig mag-tanong kay Mr. Google at saka kay Mr. Wikipedia, at saka mag-browse sa lahat ng mga government offices na may mga pinapublish na data. Ang lahat ng yan ay tutulong sa iyo para meron ka palaging data structure or data source para ma-monitor ng mga kalokohan gagawin yan. Once na maging more efficient ang ating proseso, makikipag-ugnayan tayo sa mga tao sa mga akademya na mga estudyante rin at saka mga dean o mga professors na may pagka-aktivista, sila ay tutulong sa atin para magkaroon ng realidad ang ating pagbantay sa mga taong ito. Kasi kung hindi nila yan bantayan, ang hilig na laro ng mga Pilipino ay patintero. Lulusot at lulusot pag wala nagbabantay. So since ito ating pamahalaan ay ang sabi nga sa akin ng mga ibang tumitingin sa ating kalagayan ngayon, hindi lang natin masasabi na ang sistema natin ay corrupt. Ang kalagayan natin ngayon is that yung mismong korupsyon ang naging sistema natin sa lahat ng bagay. Nabanggit nga ni Congressman Villarama, corrupt yung legislatura. Hindi naman lahat, pero karamihan. Corrupt ang executive, mga appointees ni Digong. Kahit na matino si Digong halimbawa, corrupt naman yung mga na-appoint niya, yari pa rin ang corruption sa executive department, hindi mawala-wala. Tapos yung mismong sinabi ni Congressman na ang ating judiciary, corrupt mismo. Hawak ng mga iba-ibang mga corrupt na mga fraternities na mga ang laro ay ayusan sa piskalya at sa kalagayan sa huwes. Yan ang mga bagay na ating kalagayan. Ang buong corruption, ang sistema natin. Hindi natin masasabi na ang sistema natin corrupt. Yung corruption mismo ay naging sistema na ng pamamahala sa Pilipinas. It is the rule rather than the exception. Hindi na exception yung mga corruption instances. Ang exception, yung mga hindi corrupt. Mabibilang mo sa daliri mo yung hindi corrupt sa iba-ibang branch ng ating gobyerno. Kaya tayo nagkakaroon ng kilusan na ganito. Itong 1899 na movement natin at saka yung shadow government at saka yung ginagawa nyo rin sa RDRG. At yung iba pang mga grupo katulad ng KDP, katulad ng mga boses ng mga consumers at saka ng grupo na nagsama-sama nung nakaraang kaarawan ng ating kalayaan na nagdeklara ng pangbabago. Ang panawagan ay magbago ang ating bayan, magkaroon ng isang revolusyonaryong pamamahala para mabago ang mga kalagayan natin na kung saan napakarami at talamak ang korupsyon. Iyan ay gagawa natin ng operational content. I-implement natin ang pagbantay sa kanila. Pilitin natin itong mga supposedly na mga kandidato na nagsasabing sila ay para sa bayan na pag-usapan ang tunay na mga problema ng bayan. Kasi yan ay pag-uusapan natin dito sa ating grupo tuwing Sabado. Mula alas 8 hanggang alas 12, bago pa magbe-break lang tayo, matatapos na tayo, pagkakain na tayo. At tayo tutulungan ng mga technical people na mga bata tulad ng Gising Mahalik at tulad nila Melo para mapaabot natin to sa lahat ng sulok na maaabot ng social media. Later on, pwede nating isipin na bumili tayo ng block time sa isang particular na radio station na medyo mura ang block time at isasabay natin sa radio broadcast itong ginagawa natin. At para makita at marinig na hindi lang ng mga tao na nasa internet at social media, kundi pati yung mga kasulok-sulukan ng Pilipinas na radyo lamang ang kanilang papakinggan. Kaya yan ang ating mga gustong mangyari. Yan ang ating gustong gawin dito. Pero ang karamihan niya, dahil tayo naman ay wala naman nagpapunto sa atin, kumbaga sa party, kaya sa pagsiselebrate ng isang bagay, parang patlak ito. Bring your own funding, bring your own money. Bunot tayo ng sarili nating pera para magawa ang mga bagay na to. Kaya yan ang ating inahanap. Kasi sabi nga, ang paghahanap ng kalayaan ay hindi libre. The price of freedom is not free. The price of good governance is not free. We have to fight for it. We have to be vigilant about it. Kaya yan ang ating ginagawa ngayon. Yan ang ating tinutukoy at yan ang ginagawa natin. Kaya tuwing Sabado, tayo ay magmi-meeting. At sa palagay ko naman, dahil sa regular na ito tuwing Sabado, dadami ang lalahok sa ating mga diskusyon. Kaya nga dapat na tayo rin ay maggawa ng mga paraan na pagpunta natin sa ganitong mga meeting at magkakaroon tayo ng mga sub-meetings during the week. Yung mga, for instance, ang concern sa maritima na sinabi mo, Mr. Lorque, ibibigay yan sa inyo at ikaw din ay gagawa ng sarili mong meeting na Zoom meeting sa committee mo para pag-usapan nyo at pagdating mo sa Sabado, ibibigay nyo na lang ang potential na solusyon para iba pang mga tao na pwedeng magdagdag na sa solusyon mo, magkaroon ng proseso ng pag-implementa. Kasi most likely magagawa lang natin ay documentation, exposure, and reporting. Yan ang kaya natin gawin kasi hindi naman tayo nasa poder. Wala naman tayong kapasidad na magdesisyon. Katulad ng paggawa ng Kongreso ng PAN, legislatura, makakapag-draft lang tayo at mag-recommend ng law, hindi tayo mismo makakagawa ng batas. You have the floor, Mr. Lorque.
Nabanggit mo ang judiciary. Ito ang malaking problema sa ating bansa. Kagaya sa amin, sa mga marine officer, that includes marine engineer and deck officer. Gumawa ang Kongreso ng batas na Republic Act 10635 transferring the professional regulatory board or board examination from PRC to Marina. Kinwestiyon ko ito kasama si Commissioner Pobre. Alam mo kung bakit? This violated the Republic Act 1080 na sinasabi nila na once you pass the examination given by PRC, bar, you are automatically considered civil service eligible. Now, doon sa Marina, pag pumasa ka sa examination, walang batas na nagsasabi na magkaroon ka ng eligibility. So, ang ginawa ng Marina, dahil kinwestiyon namin ito sa Korte Suprema, nagmuwa sila ng Civil Service Commission na ang nakasaad doon, pag pumasa ka sa Marina, automatic recognize ka ng civil service. Ang tanong ko lang doon, bakit na isinagasaan mo ang Republic Act 1080 na hindi na, batas ito eh. Ang batas mismo, hindi pwede isapawan ng Memorandum of Agreement. Na ang inwisyon namin doon na ibalik sa PRC itong board examination ng mga seaman in recognition with Republic Act 1080. Pero since 2014 hanggang ngayon, hindi na ibalik yan. So parang lumabas ngayon na ang license ng mga marine deck and engineer officer natin ay para kumuha ka lang ng lisensya sa LTO na i-familiarize mo lang ang 300 question, kumuha ka ng board, 100% ang kuha mo. Kaya nagtaka ako ngayon, kahit mga doktor na buhay na talaga ng tao ang kanilang sinasalba, hindi sila makakuha ng 100%. Pero ang mga seaman natin, 100% talaga ang kuha. So ito ang mga dapat na ma-reforma dapat ng Kongreso, na existing Congress ngayon, na dapat maiba natin ang sistema na maiwasan itong korupsyon. Kasi itong korupsyon nagpapalala sa sistema eh. Gina-interpret ang international treaties and international convention in accordance to their personal vested interest, not toward the intent and purpose of the convention itself. Kaya yan nga pinag-anuhan ko na talagang dapat ma-reforma ito, na matino natin kasi kawawa ang mga huling henerasyon. Salamat po.
Correct. Kaya tayo nagagawa ng ganitong effort natin na tayo nagsasama-sama para mga bagay na ating kaya nga tayo tinatawag na shadow government, shadow Congress at 1899 Congress. Ang lahat ng puna natin ay hindi lang natin sasabihin orally, kundi dokumentohan natin at gagawa tayo ng sarili nating version at ibibigay natin sa kanila na ito mga dapat mangyari, dapat gawin. Para hindi lang tayo hanggang puna na oral tapos wala tayong action. Dito mismo sa ating grupo, magkakaroon tayo ng research effort, magkakaroon tayo ng documentation, at gagawa tayo ng mga draft ng mga batas. Kaya nga tayo gumagawa ng representasyon. Hinahanap natin na tayo magkaroon ng representasyon sa lahat ng 250 congressional districts kasi yun ang magsisilbing parang congressman natin sa bawat distrito at yun ang gagalaw doon para later on magkalap ng mga signature at petition approval ng 3% of the voters in those districts. Para mismo ang ating shadow Congress ang gagawa nitong sinasabing People's Initiative at tayo mismo through the People's Initiative provisions of the existing Constitution, makakagawa tayo ng panukalang batas na magiging batas na bypass natin ang actual Congress. Basta maaprubahan lang natin na meron tayong 3% of the voters in each of the congressional districts and a total of 12% of the registered voters all throughout the Philippines. Kaya nga, itong ating ginagawa ngayon, papatulong tayo sa magagaling sa mga computer at mga data na para hindi tayo magagawa ng COMELEC, kailangan meron din tayong sariling kopya ng mga registered voters sa kada distrito ng Kongreso. Para hindi sasabihin ng COMELEC, wala yan sa lista namin, wala yan sa lista namin. Para masupil nila ang paggawa natin ng sarili nating mga batas. Yan ang ating gustong gawin. Itong ating effort ay talagang mabigat gawin, pero dahil sa makabagong mga pamamaraan ng pag-handle ng data at saka communication, yung mga tao na katulad ni Melo, Gold 8, sila yung mga tutulong sa atin para maisagawa natin itong gusto nating mangyari. At dahil sa kalokohan ng Kongreso, gumagawa sila ng mga batas na walang kwenta, gagawa tayo ng batas para sila ay hindi na kailangan gumawa ng batas. Lalampasan natin sila, iikutan natin sila diretso sa taong bayan ng paggawa natin ng batas. Yan ang isa natin purpose. Any comment from the audience? I think Sunny Domingo has joined us and he has been silent. Sunny, you promised to comment on the agricultural skills of Dr. Jose Rizal for this June 19 meeting that we have. Sunny, you have the floor. Sunny Domingo. I think Sunny is not in his, he's either on mute. I'm asking him to mute right now, but he's not responding. Maybe he's not there. Okay, I'm recognizing Giancarlo. Dr. Congressman Villarama, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to comment, short comment lang po sa ating kaibigan na Kaben, ano? Is it okay for Ben to email you papers that study? Kasi very close ako pobre, yung dating yung nasa sa Professional Regulatory Commission. And I'll yung para maubsa na po natin yung pag-aaral. Naka-pandemic naman yun, nasa bahay lang ako. So I can check kung anong dapat gawin na sinasabi niyo po. And kaibigan pa naman tayo sa Congress matitino. So we start reviewing it. Pa-email na kay it's okay for you, Professor Hill?
Yes, go ahead. You can also contact Ben Lorque. He is also on Facebook. You can do a PM and then maybe kung may email si Ben, kasi mga dokumento yan, mas mabilis siguro i-transfer through email. Ben, may email?
Ang petition for certiorari na yan, since 2014, pending yan sa Korte Suprema. Kaya sabi nga ni Atty. Malyari, na-author din ng kuwaranto, dapat 24 months dapat ma-resolve. Pero biro yan, 2015 pa nga eh. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin-desisyonan ng Korte Suprema. Ano ba kung nangyari sa bansa natin? Na ang batas natin ay parang baliwala. Kung mahirap ka lang, problema mo yan. Basta sila maganda.
Kaya nga sabi ni Congressman, you can work together, exchange kayo ng mga documents para magkaroon kayo ng potential resolution sa problemang binabanggit mo, kasamang Ben. Okay, so anong hinihingi mo, Congressman, na contact point ni Ben Lorque?
Yeah, maybe I can, hanapin ko na lang kayo sa sa Facebook. Nasa Facebook po ako. Itong pangalan ko pong lumalabas sa
Okay.
Itong Wilson kaya lang may mga fake, yung litrato namin ni Brother Mike at saka ni Presidente ang cover picture ko.
Yeah, before I recognize Giancarlo, Gian Bebiano was raising his hand earlier. Gian Bebiano, do you still want to speak? Gian Bebiano, are you still there?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You want to speak? Go ahead.
Can I change po? Wait po. Since Dr. Jose Rizal's birthday po today, may saying po na ang kabataan ay pag-asa ng bayan. kapag tupad na yung 1899 Constitution, there will still be the free will for the youth to follow what is trending in the world.
Yes, I think there is no question about that. In fact, kung tingnan mo ang ating kasaysayan, ang mga gumawa ng ating konstitusyon na 1899 Constitution ay mga bata. Ang mga edad nila ay from 25 to 35 years old. Ang kabataan ang gumawa ng ating 1899 Constitution. Kaya walang nakalagay doon na magsasawata sa kagustuhan ng kabataan para sa ating bayan. Kaya lang ang ating nakikita ngayong kabataan na nasa Kongreso ay hindi pag-asa ng bayan kasi mga anak ng mga dinastiya. Sila lang ang napupunta sa Kongreso ngayon dahil sa silang may pera na pambili ng boto sa Comelec at Smartmatic para mabilang ang mga boto nila. Hindi yan ang kabataan na pag-asa ng bayan. Ang mga katulad nyo ni ikaw, Gian, at saka katulad ni Giancarlo, kayo ang mga pag-asa ng bayan. Kayong hindi nahahalal dahil sa wala kayong pera. Kaya dito tayo lahat mag-organisa sa ating Shadow Congress, dito tayo ngayon magboses ng ating mga kagustuhan. Kasi sa ngayon, wala kayong boses. Ang kabataan na may boses ay mga anak ng mga gobernador, anak ng mga congressman. Yun ang nagiging mga tao na nagsasalita sa ating Kongreso ngayon. Hindi yan ang mga pag-asa ng bayan. Sila ang problema ng bayan na kailangan nating sulbahin. Okay, John?
Okay.
Okay po.
All right. So I'll give the floor now to Giancarlo Iway because he has been raising his hand. Okay. Giancarlo, you have the floor.
Yes. May I suggest lang po, siguro sa Tuesday ulit, magtawag din tayo ng committee hearing para kung may mga kinakailangan pang i-amend sa constitution natin na i-suggest natin. Siguro pwede natin gawin doon at ituloy-tuloy din natin kahit sa Sabado.
Yeah, iba naman yung ating meeting sa Sabado which are the session of everybody kasi ang expectation ko, lalaki ng lalaki ang mga taong dadami ang mga taong mag-attende ang ating meetings para sa Sabado na plenary sessions. Pero yung mga meeting na gusto mong i-organize para sa committee mo, halimbawa Committee on Health or anything, you can do it at any time for your members during the week. At tapos kung anong resulta ng usapan nyo, pwede nyong i-report dito sa ating plenary every Saturday. That is the way we will operate our Shadow Congress. It's a process of discussing, it's a process of researching, and a process of creating reports. Kasi yan lang naman ang pwede natin gawin kasi we are not a Congress that is in power. But ang ating main mission is to educate the people, include more people in our bandwagon so that the military will realize that there are so many of us and they could no longer ignore us. Yan ang ating mission. Yan ang ating gagawin. So ngayon, ang ginawa nga ni Dr. Posadas yung resolution of call to revive and use and put the writ of the 1899 Constitution in effect. Kinakalat na natin yan ngayon sa mga PM, private message ng ating samahan, yung mga tao na contact natin. Hindi tayo gumagawa ng petition. Nagkakalat tayo ng resolution at saka in effect, once pinorward mo ito sa ibang mong contact sa buong internet, you are in fact endorsing it. Kaya we are encouraging people who have these resolutions in their private message to forward them to all their contacts in the internet. And if you have also your own list of people that you can email them to everyone in your contact list. Para itong resolution na pagtawag natin sa military na sila ay mag-withdraw ng kanilang allegiance sa 1987 broken constitution back to the 1899 constitution ay lumaganap ng gusto sa buong kapuluan. That's what we want to do. And more, we keep on doing that every week. We keep on doing that. Kasi resolution na yan na ginawa natin, na pinasa natin noong June 12, 2021. Ipakalat natin yan sa buong Pilipinas as soon as possible.
Okay. Ano yung role ng
Any
Korte
more-
sa...
Any more comments? Dr. Posadas, you would like to say something?
Wait, may ask na ako before mag-come si Dr. Posadas. Ano yung role natin yung role ng Supreme Court dito sa 1899 Constitution dito sa atin?
The same thing. We don't have any special role as a people in relation to the Constitution, except that we are now, at the moment, changing our allegiance from the 1987 Constitution to the 1899 Constitution. Wala naman tayong ginagawang illegal dyan kasi we are just saying that we prefer the 1899 Constitution. Sinasabi natin that we are pledging allegiance to it, but we are not capable of enforcing it kasi hindi pa gumagalaw ang military. It's only when the military moves and listen to what we are asking them to do can we enforce the 1899 Constitution. Our role is to spread the news about the 1899 Constitution, that it is a constitution that can be made whole again and made applicable and enforced in effect once the military gives their allegiance to it. That's why our role is to contact people that we know in the military, whatever their ranks, from ordinary enlisted men to generals, and tell them about our message. That is the role we have to play.
Okay. Dr. Posadas, please.
Okay, Dr. Posadas, you have the floor. You have to unmute yourself.
Nakamute, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Posadas.
Okay, nasisiyahan ako at saka inspired ako ni former Governor Villarama at saka ni Attorney Serapio sapagkat itong ginagawa natin ngayon as part of the Shadow Congress is lumalabas lahat yung mga kailangan natin na malalaman natin yung mga effects. Kaya dalawang two dimensions ang ginagawa natin dito. One is the cause and the effect. So, ang nangyayari ngayon is inaalam lang natin kung ano mga effects, pero hindi tayo makikisaw-saw sa effects. Kasi pag nakisaw-saw tayo sa effects, magiging part tayo ng problema. Kasi yung effects yun ang mga problema eh. Ang gagawin lang natin is alamin natin lahat itong effects as much as we can for as long as we can na itutugma natin doon sa resolution natin. Now tayo ang superior cause because we are the people's will. Kasi ang people's will, kahit na bulong lang, is still part of the people's will. Pag dumami yung mga boses natin, mas lalong mabuti. Kaya ang ginagawa natin ngayon is parang change natin o pinapost natin yung, itinutulak natin yung perception na ang ating cause is has a very strong basis on the Constitution, legally, politically, even scientifically, even more so historically. Kasi ang nangyari ito sa cause natin is just a continuation of history. Hindi naman humihinto yan, hindi naman nawala yung Malauras Constitution. Bigyan natin example, yung promulgation ni President Aguinaldo, na nung ipinumulgate niya yon, siyempre, naturally, meron na siyang Pledge of Allegiance doon sa Constitution mismo. Nung nag-pledge siya ng allegiance, si President Aguinaldo was the Commander-in-Chief of the Katipunan Army. So it goes without saying na nung nag-pledge si President Aguinaldo, kasama na doon ang Katipunan Army. Yang nangyayari lang yang continuation ng Katipunan Army na hinihingi natin na para ipatupad nila yung promulgation ng kanilang Commander-in-Chief na i-enforce yung still valid and alive 1899 Constitution.
Let me interrupt you there, Dr. Posadas. The sequence of events was this. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the head of the government at the time, which was proclaimed in June 12, 1898, during our Day of Independence, Emilio Aguinaldo promulgated the approved Constitution of 1898, November. because the Congress met from September. I started meeting in September 1898 and approved the Constitution as framed by them in November 24, 1898. So there were discussions of how to implement it in the month of December. And finally, on January 23, 1899, Aguinaldo, as the head of the government and as the head of the army, promulgated and ordered everyone in the Philippines to accept and follow the 1899 Constitution. After the promulgation of the 1899 Constitution, he relinquished his position as dictator of the government, and he pledged and he swore an oath to serve as the first president of the Philippine Republic under the 1899 Constitution. Those were the sequence of events. Just point of information.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the point there is the continuation of the Pledge of Allegiance and loyalty of the Katipunan Army into the present Armed Forces of the Philippines. Kaya kung ang hinihingi natin ngayon is for their, as protector and enforcer of the Constitution, is for them to recognize now their duty, sworn duty, or oath of office as officers and part of the Katipunan Army to enforce the Constitution. That is the very issue that we're trying to say here, na hindi tayo ang ating cause is not rebellion, is not to regime change, because hindi naman natin gustong palitan si President Duterte ngayon. As a matter of fact, gusto lang namin na ini-invoke natin siya na exercise his oath of office to listen to the people's grievances. So walang ano diyan, hindi tayo kasi Attorney Serapio, yung charge sa inyo na sedition, that's a criminal charge. And in any criminal charge, there are two elements, yung act and intent. Ang dapat na dinimer nyo is yung intent. Wala yung intent nyo. Pero nevertheless, yun na nangyari. Inarrest kayo because according to them, you were committing a treason or sedition, inciting to the sedition in progress. Pero wala yung intent doon. Okay, ganun pa man, pag-file nyo na sa Supreme Court, ang pinaka-importante is also include the show cause order sa Supreme Court that to take judicial notice of what's happening now. Doon mapo-point out ang intent nyo. The same intent that we have, that we don't have an intent to cause rebellion. Ang ating cause is just we're entering our cause on the topmost tipping point. We're above the fray now. Kaya ini-exercise lang natin ngayon to ating freedom of expression through a shadow Congress. Kaya napakalinaw ng ating cause. Hindi tayo makikisaw-saw sa effect. We will just continue on even as one voice after the other para napaka-importante na makuha natin yung share ng mga dito sa Facebook sapagkat this will be the basis, bottom line of our petition for a plebiscite. Yun, nasa Constitution yun. Yung plebiscite na yun is timeless under any administration. Kung sakasakaling si President Duterte mapalitan through the regular elections ng another president, ang is still part of our constitutional right to ask for any president to issue an order for a plebiscite. Kaya palago ng palago yan, lalakas tayo, nevertheless, because our cause is timeless and all our bases are covered constitutionally, politically, legally, and yan, lahat ng bagay na yan, pag naipon yan, alam natin lahat ang mga effects ngayon, kaya yung cause natin, pagtutugma natin kung anong talagang dahilan nitong mga effects nito. Pero that is one main point na gagawin natin is to stick to our cause and it will be stronger.
Okay, now before we proceed, I would like to read into the record of our meeting today the resolution which we approved last June 12. Resolution calling for a shift of allegiance by Filipinos to the de jure 1899 Philippine Constitution. Whereas never before has suffering been so acute, with the welfare of the people deteriorating due to the pandemic, economic destitution, and an undeclared martial law, bureaucratic stranglehold, and oligarchic onslaught in various shapes and forms of exploitation and corruption. Whereas all these widening chasms between very, very poor and very, very rich are imploding within our country, akin to a sinking ship. Whereas there is a need to correct the political insanity that we are in with the corrupt election processes and dominance of rent-seeking oligarchs, controlling the levers of power in a persistent and continuous assault on our electoral sovereignty. Whereas we had been gifted by our founding fathers with the means to peacefully reset our nation through the 1899 Philippine Sovereign Constitution, which has never been abrogated by succeeding organic laws inflicted on the Filipino people through foreign control, influence, and dominance. Whereas the 1987 Constitution has been broken since the 2001 coup d'etat against President Joseph Erap Estrada, with a rogue Supreme Court inventing a non-existent doctrine of constructive resignation, and that since then the nation has been governed by a de facto, patched up, broken constitution that has never been ratified by the people. Whereas invoking the writ of the 1899 Constitution provides for a most orderly and peaceful way to effect changes in our current dysfunctional governance. Whereas only through the invocation of the 1899 Constitution can we clear up the cheating and dishonesty of our election processes so that the sovereign will of the people can truly be reflected in a genuinely mandated governance. Whereas the people's will is superior cause to effect a change in government form and functionality, and the welfare of the people is the supreme law, and the voice of the people is also the voice of God. Therefore, be it resolved, as it is hereby resolved, to reinstate the writ of our de jure Philippine Constitution promulgated on January 23, 1899 by Katipunan Army Commander-in-Chief Emilio Aguinaldo. Be it further resolved that President Rodrigo Duterte and or the leadership of the armed forces of the Philippines in their natural role as protectors of our people is hereby called upon to peacefully shift their allegiance from the broken de facto constitution of 1987 and enforce the supreme sovereign 1899 Philippine Constitution as the ultimate organic law of the land. So God help us all. Done on January 12, 2021, 1899 Philippine Congress, session year of 2021. That is our resolution, which we will now have to spread all over so that most of the Filipinos will be aware that there is a conscious part of the nation asking for the return of the writ of the 1899 Constitution. Any comment?
May comment na ako, no?
Go ahead.
I think we should join comment tomorrow siguro or next Sunday for this iba pa on the Unfinished Revolution program so that we can discuss the issue on this and how we can present the changes that we need to do for our constitution.
I did not quite clearly get your suggestion. What is your suggestion?
My suggestion is we discuss the issue on Sunday samba estot iba pa on our i kamentong
Can you restate it? It's not quite clear. What do you want to do?
Wait lang, inalapit ko lang ha. Sana po, ko, samaan natin si Kamentong para ipaniwanag natin kung anong gagawin natin na mga gusto natin baguhin sa Constitution. Kumbaga,
Yeah, okay. No, nobody's preventing you from informing Kamentong about it. He's just one of the people that we will inform. He's part of the media group that we will reach out to. If they help us, that's fine. We don't have to have a special meeting just for Kamentong.
tama no?
Yeah. We'll contact everybody and you could actually do it yourself as part of the group. You can communicate it to him. As we will do with all the other outlets and contacts that we have. That's what we're saying. Everybody should make the effort to spread this resolution. It will be in your private message boxes in your Facebook, and send it out to all your contacts, including Kamentong. No problem at all. We're hiding nothing. Any more comments, Jingle or Mellow Gold? Mellow Gold perhaps can suggest to us how to spread this as quickly as possible. How about that, Mellow? You have the floor.
Yes, sir. The best natin na gagawin itong social media talaga. Then, gagawin natin itong in public. Meron na ba tayong website or page na gawa nito?
Wala pa tayong talagang page na independent of Facebook. Ang lahat ng ating ginagawa ay nasa Facebook lang. Pero meron tayong YouTube station called the 1899 Congress. And right now, our deliberations here are being live fed into that channel in YouTube.
Okay, so siguro pag-usapan na natin yan in private para kung manong may tutulong ko, I will volunteer myself para ma-assist po tayo.
Ang Mamelo is that itong ating hearings, yung ating plenary sessions are usually very long, like from 4 hours, no, 1 to 2 hours. What you could do is to download the record of this and edit it into particular segments that you would like to propagate and replicate and send all throughout. Like for instance, if the segment that where Attorney Serapio was explaining many things of their effort when they did the second Manolos Congress and they were arrested, you could edit it out and then we can use the edited video segment, which we can spread all around, because we cannot be sending around a lot of the whole record because it would be very big. Masyadong malaki yan. So siguro yun ang isang pwedeng matulungan mo kami dyan sa video editing.
Okay, sir. Walang problema, sir.
Okay, but thank you very much. Yan ang isa nating point. Anyway, Sunny Domingo, Kasani, you were here for a while and I'm trying to ask you to unmute and say something, but maybe you have stopped listening and maybe you are somewhere taking your lunch already. Sunny Domingo, do you hear me? You can talk and share with us what you want to share. He's not responding, so maybe he's not hearing us right now. So anything else before we wind up our plenary session? Ben Lorque, Robert Posadas, Congressman Villarama, Jingle, Melo, Serapio, Law Office, and then John Beviano. Any more last parting marks before we close the session?
Hopefully, okay, no. Congressman Villarama.
Okay, Congressman Villarama, you have the floor.
Well, I just would like to congratulate you, Professor Hill. At naintindihan ko na kayo yung gusto niyong gawin. Pasensya na kayo. It took time for me to join you, no? Kasi sa dami po ng mga Zoom ngayon. Pagsagot-sagot sa mga kaibigan, takot-takot na text messages. Lahat po kasi kayo, social media. Anyway, I would like to congratulate you now that I fully understand your project. I'll be attending this Zoom meeting every Saturday, and please let me know if there are special Zooms to discuss specific problems.
I think
Yeah,
you just volunteered to the committee of Ben Lorque to be his resource in trying to resolve these problems. So maybe Ben Lorque will be asking you for meetings to discuss the problems of the maritime sector.
Yeah.
Professor,
Ben, may messenger po ba kayo?
Oh, meron. Bienvenido Lorque, yan ang messenger ko. Ngunit ang lahat ng mga documentary evidence doon ay hawak ni Commissioner Pobre at saka ni Attorney Tacorda. So, I went to Commissioner sino pangalan nito, yung sa PRC. So sabi ko ano mangyari, sabi niya natulog ang petition for certiorari natin. Kasi wala tayong pira, may pira ang kalaban, kaya pinatulog nila. So yan ang problema natin dito sa ating bansa. Kasi pag lumaban ka na wala ka salapi, sa Korte Suprema pa lamang, wala mangyari. Kaya ako may kaso ko sa Korte Suprema since 2013. Hanggang ngayon, walang nangyari. So, ang damage suit ko doon ay worth 2 million, pero siguro, yan nga sabi ko na itong ginawa nila sa Magna Carta for Seafarers na kahit nanalo ka sa NLRC, nanalo ka sa Court of Appeal, hindi mo makuha ang iyong reward unless na nadesisyonan ng Korte Suprema. So itong masama kasi if the Korte Suprema will decide after 10 years, patay na kuminsan ang mga ibang claimant dyan bago makapag-desisyon ang Korte Suprema. So hindi maganda itong indikasyon na nangyari sa ating bansa. Kasi lumalabas ito na justice delayed, justice denied. Kaya yan ang dapat na ma-resolve natin by doing this 1899 Constitution dahil ang article nito ay 101 lamang. Hindi gaano na-twist ang batas. Unlike dito sa 1987 Constitution, maraming sinasabing paulit-ulit, ngunit gina-twist naman. So, para sa akin, yung direkta na intensyon at saka purpose ng batas, kung bakit nagawa yan lang dapat lang tutukan natin. Huwag na yung paikot-ikutin pa natin para panligaw doon sa mga mahihirap nating mga kababayan. At para lang sa mga nakaunawa talaga. Hindi maganda. So, kawawa ang henerasyon natin kung magpatuloy ito. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm very happy that Congressman Villarama will be helping you with the problems there. And it's very important that he signified his intention to continue participating with us in the next Saturday sessions of our Congress. And that he is also, I think his suggestion for us to be relevant, where we not only discuss problems, but try to solve some of them if we can, is very important. Kasi baka sabihin lang ng mga tao, yung grupong yan, panay lang salita ng salita, wala naman nagagawa. Because things that we can do something about immediately, ay siguro dapat nating pakialaman. Despite our limited resources, let's try to do it if it can be done. And then, but at the same time, we are not precluding anybody from continuing with their previous involvements, their previous commitments, their groups. We are not telling people not to participate in elections. We're not telling them anything. We're just having one message. Give the message that the 1899 Constitution is alive and well, and it will only take the armed forces to enforce it, and it will become an actual living Constitution, enforceable and in writ again, with its writ all over the Philippines again, being felt by the people. Yun lang ang ating effort. Documentation, communication, and spreading the news that the 1899 Constitution has never been abrogated, and it will come into force and effect once the institutional enforcers of the people, which is the army, listen to the call of the people to, again, implement and follow the 1899 Constitution. Okay, I'll give the floor to Giancarlo. What do you have to say, Giancarlo?
Professor Hill,
Okay.
Sunny Dem-
Oh, Sunny Domingo is back. Let's give Sunny Domingo the chance to talk.
Yes, 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 sir. I've been listening, although I was late in opening up because I just came from a 3-day travel from Central Luzon, trying to do a crusade on farm consolidation, livelihood, and good governance. And I would like to congratulate the movement that Attorney Villanueva is trying to say as a national transparency movement. Also, in addition to our movement to revive the 1899 Constitution. At ang message ko lang po, let's continue with this. I am not ready to expound on Rizal's contribution to Philippine agriculture. I think there will be a time for that. But I think the moment is ripe now for 11 people attending now, and that includes me, and that makes you 13. Maybe this would be a good number to start drumming up for every one of us to invite 10 people to join this discussion in our succeeding meetings. Mabuhay po kayo, mabuhay din po sa lahat, and mabuhay ang lahat. Salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Kasadi. The next meeting is June 26, and we will have a common meeting ID and a permanent password, so everybody will know about it. Congressman Villarama, you want to respond to Sunny Domingo?
Siguro, dapat tawagin na namin kayong speaker. Kayo speaker of the house eh.
No, I am only acting speaker. Once we have the necessary majority, we will elect the proper speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, we'd like to remind everybody
Go ahead.
that
Mr.
tayo
Mr.
konti.
Speaker.
Hindi po tayo konti. Marami na po
Oh.
tayo. Ano po, nag-umpisa 12 lang eh. Yung isa
Okay.
naghudas. Oh, so I think if we follow the stories, the parables of Christ, of Jesus Christ, and how he operated, I think we will be successful. Kasi ano siya, member siya ng Lapiang walang pera eh. Pero he was able to
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Posadas.
Yeah, just as well, mabuti binanggit ni Governor Villarama. Not just as well, on a point of order, I'd like to nominate Governor Villarama and Attorney Cipriaco, or Serapio, rather, I'm sorry,
Serapio.
and Mr. Domingo to be members of this Congress, formally nominated to represent their respective jurisdictions. So do I have a second motion here?
Well,
Salamat.
at the moment, that is presumed, and I think somebody could second that. And actually, the reason that I am not formally doing those roll call by district is that I do not want to entertain any question of quorum and representation, because we are just following the spirit of the 1899 Congress. We are convened in the spirit of the Malolos Congress, and we intend to become fully represented in terms of the 250 districts at some future time, but not yet now. We have a registry of about 364 people in our Facebook page that are members of our shadow House of Representatives, but they have not even claimed their congressional representations, although they intended to. And some of them also are in the sectoral representation. That is why, although I called the meeting to order, I said from the very start that I will not be entertaining questions of quorum. But the point is well taken. I think you have a formal invitation from Dr. Posadas to join us formally, and that will be done also because Sunny Domingo is part of our group already. And I think Attorney Serapio will be logging in and joining us. I don't know if Congressman and Governor Willie Villarama would be able to join us and join the formal group that we have in the Facebook area. But be that as it may, whether he is a member of that or not, we welcome his participation every Saturday in this meeting. and he will be properly informed, and everybody else, including Attorney Serapio, of our meetings and the schedule for next Saturday. The meetings next Saturday will be continued. Will be a continued thing, recurring meetings, and it will have the same ID, and it will have the same password, which will be Congress 11. Anyway, let us have that invitation nomination on the floor, and which is an invitation actually, and being put into a motion. So Ben Lorque, would you be able to second that, since you are part of the group? You are muted. Unmute. Dr. Posadas put into motion his invitation formally
I
for
seconded.
everybody to join. Yes? You second the motion?
I
Ben
seconded
Lorque?
the motion of Attorney Posadas.
Okay, so it will be put on our record because this is recorded. All our statements here are recorded in the cloud, and it will be the official record of our group, because that's our only way to do these things, because we don't have a full-fledged staff to do all this recording. We don't have a 70 million peso pork barrel the way the actual Congress has for each one of us. So we only have 70 million problems for everybody here participating. Okay, so now let me. Yes,
I
go
also
ahead.
I also seconded the motion of Governor Villarama that temporarily you will be the Speaker of the House.
Well, I am always acting in that capacity so that we can get started. And it will be like a joint thing. Sometimes when I want to speak on the floor, like in the next meeting on June 26th, it will be Dr. Robert Posadas who will be acting as speaker. He'll be the one to preside over that meeting, because I want to deliver a point of privilege from the floor. So Dr. Posadas, take note of that. He will be the acting speaker on June 26th.
Okay.
So if there is nobody else, if there are no other comment, Giancarlo, you still have something to say? You were raising your hand earlier. We have also a guest here, Mr. Manny Changha. Manny, are you? Would you be able to say something? Mr. Manny Changha, are you there? I think he's gone. He's not there anymore. So, any other comments? Any other last-minute suggestions or statements?
Hello, sir. Maybe
Go ahead,
next
Melo.
Saturday,
Okay.
I will offer na atin tong ma-live dito sa ating page sa Shadow, dito sa Facebook page, sa group. Ma-live natin to para yung mga member natin maka-view din sila at maka-pag-comment. Kung gusto nilang mag-join sa usapan, then saka na sila papasok sa dito sa Zoom.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay. You can do that for especially for our next meeting, June 26th.
Yeah.
I will contact you the day before so that we can arrange it or whatever.
Okay,
And
sir.
for June 26, gawin natin simultaneous live sa mga iba-ibang mga media para marinig tayo ng karamihan ng mga tao.
Mr. Professor Hill, may I share a thought from President Mandela?
Go ahead, go ahead.
She said that the winners are those who never stops to dream. Congratulations po.
Maraming salamat, maraming salamat. And let's give the floor back to Melo. You have something to say? You still have your hand raised, Melo? Natataas pang kamay mo. I want you're on cue to be the first speaker.
Actually, sir, nating more na. So, hindi ko lang
Okay,
nakalimutan.
so before we go back to Giancarlo, let us give Gian Bebiano the floor. Gian Bebiano, go ahead.
Since you mentioned the radio station, how are we going to pay our broadcast to radio station or who is radio station that is underrated
let's try to scout for one. Ramon Jacinto is a friend of mine. I'll ask him whether he has concessionary black time rates for us, or we have to scout for a station that we can afford. There'll be a few people who will be able to donate some resources, and maybe we can do that so that we can also connect to a radio station later. But I would like to do that once we have more participation, maybe about when we breach the 50 figure mark, then we can do that. And at the same time, we will be more skilled in doing the traffic on our discussions, because pag marami ng tao, we have to make sure that people should be able to have their chance to speak, and then we will maybe use more of the chat messaging process, so that questions that are or topics that are being brought out there together can be lumped together in a discussion priority, para ang lahat ng mga point of view ay marinig natin during that particular session. Okay, John, does that answer your question?
Yes po, sir.
Okay. So are we Jingle has something to say again? Now go ahead, Jingle. You have the floor.
Yes, I just want a statement of Sir Melo. If possible, all the postings in the page, in the FB page, sir, if possible, you can make it public so that we can share and spread it faster and easily, so that more people can see it, and we can get the attention of others. Then during like session like this, if possible, we can live it also through FB page, so that if all those people who are that cannot join in Zoom meeting, they have the opportunity, even only through comments in the FB page, they can express out or they can share ideas to us, and we'll see if they can help us also. That's it, sir. Thank you.
Right now, this meeting of ours is having a live feed to my Facebook page, my personal Facebook page, and it's also being live fed to the Shadow House of Representative Facebook page, and also to the 1899 YouTube Congress channel. Those are the three areas that's being live fed with this right now. And I think if our friend from Gising Maharlika, Melo, can help us, we'll have more outlets for this, so that more and more people can listen to us simultaneously while we're conducting the meetings and plenary sessions every Saturday. Melo, do you have something to say about that? Melo,
Yes, everything is possible.
Okay. It's good to know. Almost spoken like creation, no? And then there was light and everything followed suit.
Professor Hill, Sunny here, Sunny Domingo.
Go ahead, Sunny.
Yes, may I suggest a format, and I hope the rest of those persons now would agree to it, that Congress has always comes up with some topics of the day. Maybe we can invite a resource person to speak on a certain topic that would interest everybody, and not parochial, but general, like what is the present revenue of the government in running the government now, and how are they running the government now, which leads to some economic implications. Like I understand, we are now borrowing more money to run the government than earning money to run the government. And that means we would get into bankruptcy. So that would be a topic that might be of interest to everyone joining us, listening. Of course, some of us can make comments on why is it, on what should be done, and what can we do as a group to advise the government on, and the economic managers of the government. Because in the countryside, I felt that everything seems to be on standby, on limbo. Nobody could decide. You have a good project, nobody could decide. They are reserved. and everybody's waiting. I think we have an economic crisis here that is not felt in Manila, but it's actually felt in the provinces.
Yeah, okay. That is something that we can entertain, I think, also. But right now, I think one of the emphasis we have to sort of point out is the minute history of our 1899 Constitution and the articles that are in it, and to educate our people, because this is sort of like the product we're selling, or one of the main products we're selling. And so we should have some product familiarity with this. So before we could branch out into other topics like that, which is an important one, we should be able to have a detailed discussion of what it is that we have in the 1899 Constitution. And at the same time, we could also have to have a discussion of, and that can be done to the people of Attorney Carlos Serapio, because they were involved in the drafting of the Bayanihan Constitution of former Chief Justice, headed by former Chief Justice Renato Puno. Then they can present an avenue or a pathway towards retrofitting the Constitution into the modern situation that we have. As you know, I have been making a comparison of this Constitution to the 1776 Constitution of the United States. And that Constitution has been subjected to 32 amendments already, with 27 of them already approved. So this is something that we can do, and maybe in relation to the problem that you raised about budgeting, we can look at the financial provisions of the 1899 Constitution related to the way things are done in the present situation, and then discuss the fact involved about this expenditure of government. I understand that government has already spent 1 trillion pesos in terms of this COVID response, and they were just transferred payments that were taken over by a lot of leakage through corruption that are taken by the people who are distributing them. So that is something that can be discussed.
I agree on that. Okay, then. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ben Lorque, you are recognized.
Well, dagdag ko lang doon sa nabanggit ni BL Sunny Domingo na tungkol sa economic recovery natin. I-post talaga natin ito na lahat ng public utilities ay ma-take over ng gobyerno. Why? Electricity alone, kung 3,000 ang average consumption ng isang pamilya, times 22 million, families, that is 66 billion a month. At kung idoblehin natin ito, dagdagan natin ng konsumo ng mga malls, engineering establishment, etc., that will turns out 132 billion monthly. Now, in one year, napakaliwanag sa electricity alone, maaari pagkitaan ng gobyerno ng 1.584 trillion. Now, kung dagdagan natin ito ng tubig, telcos, tollways, etc., lahat ng public utilities, maliwanag na 5 to 7 trillion ang kitain ng gobyerno dito. So, pagdating sa economic recovery program ng gobyerno, kung ito ay mapasa gobyerno ang lahat ng public utilities, napakadali natin ma-recover ang ating mga pangangailangan sa economy. So, that's why, by doing this, adopting the 1899 Constitution, we have to push through. We have to push that all public utilities be operated by the government. Thank you.
Well, that is a point well taken, and I think that is part of the retrofitting effort that we will do with the 1899 Constitution. As I have stated earlier, the 1987 Constitution has very good provisions, but it is honored more in the breach rather than the observance. As I've said before also, our Constitution now is just a piece of paper that's at the mercy of this government of men and women who decide what they want to follow and what they don't want to follow in the Constitution. The things that are not in the Constitution, they do, like the constructive resignation of ERA that was invented by a rogue Supreme Court. The Article 12, which is in the Constitution, because it affects the oligarchic interest, they do not do. Because masama sa interest nila. The Political Dynasty Enabling Act, which is there in the Constitution of 1987, they do not implement. Kasi lahat ng congressman na na-elect noong 1987, after Tory revolutionary government, were all members of political dynasties all throughout the province. So who will make that all throughout the country? So who will make that kind of law? And there are many things, and I think Congressman Villarama is aware of this, that the congressmen were trying to go around the 1987 Constitution by creating these laws which says unless implemented by law in Congress, then that provision will not be enacted. So that's the kind of thing that they've been doing, sort of to manipulate whatever they want to accomplish or do or not do with this Constitution. So this Constitution right now, from the point of view of the people in charge of our country, is just a piece of paper that they can manipulate most of the time. They also have a Supreme Court that doesn't care at all about the needs of electoral stability. Like you see the instance of the SC Pet, which is part of the Constitution, sitting on a protest, vice presidential protest for 5 years, and with nobody invoking any certiorari or any demand for alacrity in the Supreme Court, which is already also required by the spirit of the Constitution. It is natural that in most countries, best practice, when you have an electoral contest, particularly one of national significance, these are resolved within a period of 2 to 3 weeks. They don't let it last for 5 years, the way that SC Pet did it. So you see, this Constitution now is just toilet paper. They do whatever they want. They implement what they want. They do not implement what they don't want to implement. So what is that? That's toilet paper. We have a de facto government of men and women. We don't have the rule of law right now. That's why we are emphasizing this fact and telling the people that this is such, and we're telling them that we have to withdraw support from this Constitution, which has already been abused and violated by the ruling classes that are the elites, elitist oligarchs who control the public utilities in our country. So that is what the message we have to bring out. And this is what our military people have to realize, that these people who are governing them without a constitutional mandate do not have the right to send them into life and death missions, but because they don't have the proper electoral mandate supported by a working and legit constitution. So this is the situation that the military is in. Ikaw ba ay susunod sa isang presidente o vice president na naging presidente na hindi naman na-elect ng tama ng bayan kasi ang dayaan lang sa COMELEC ang naka-elect sa kanya dahil sa ang ating constitution ay pinoproteksyonan ng constitutional immunity ng COMELEC, kaya nangyari tuloy ang unintended effect na control ito ng mga sindikato ng COMELEC Smart Matic. Kalokohan yan. So this kind of facts have to be brought out and communicated to our people. And that is our purpose in our constantly meeting and nagging them about this fact in our Saturday meetings, which will be now regularly done, and we adjourn bracketed by the birthdays of our two heroes, Jose Rizal, June 19, and November 30, Bonifacio. By implication, if they don't listen to us, we move from the pacifist stance of Dr. Rizal to the more militant stance of Andres Bonifacio. That is our subliminal message as we proceed with our meetings in plenary every Saturday. Do you have any comment, Sunny Domingo?
Agree on that. I agree on that very much.
Okay.
And let's move on then.
Okay, so I have now recognized John Bebiano. You have something to say, John Bebiano? You have your hand raised. Guyan Bebiano, you have you're recognized. You can unmute yourself, no?
I am.
You have what do you want to say or question, John?
That, wait lang, wait. I am thinking I'm thinking, thinking about what you said. Um,
Go ahead.
oh wait, what is why I think if the 1987 Constitution is broken, why the broken Constitution is still in effect today as of
That is,
today?
that is precisely what I am questioning. We have the same question.
May I suggest then no, I think we should also do the People's Initiative as being planned by the GM team on this move. So that the people can be aware of our nation's with regard to this broken constitution.
Okay, you have a question, Giancarlo. What is your question? You recognize?
I am suggesting that we should do the People's Initiative.
Yeah, that could take some doing, that would take some resources. So your suggestion is well taken. People want to do that, but malaking gastos yan. A lot of effort. But we will do it as soon as we have the critical mass to support it. That's why we have to have more people joining us every Saturday, so that we can get groups of people that may be able to assist us logistically in doing such a people's initiative. So you can suggest, and everybody can suggest something, but if we don't have the capability to do it, we cannot do it. And the capability will happen once more and more people join us.
Yes.
So the important thing right now is for us to, I'll be sending you the invite for June 26, and as suggested by Kasani Domingo, that we send this out to 10 more of your contacts, contact them personally, talk to them by PM or by messenger phone, and convince them to join us next Saturday on June 26. So every Saturday, we try to end the meeting with that kind of injunction for the new attendees to also invite 10 more of their acquaintances and links, so that by the next meeting on July 2, then we will have more. We'll always be multiplying our attendance and membership by a multiple of the present attendance. And that is the suggestion of Kasani.
We will be 100 by next meeting.
So we'll try to do that. So I'll be sending you after our adjournment at this time, because I know most of you may be already hungry and going to your lunch. Unless there are any more suggestions, I will be adjourning the meeting in the next 5 minutes.
Suggestion ko lang kasi hindi ma-share ngayon itong Zoom meeting natin, gawa na comment lang at saka like. So I suggest na kung ma-public natin ito para ma-share natin sa mga Facebook group, mas maigi. Thank you.
I think you can share it through my Facebook page. It's there, it's shareable, together with what is right now also in the page of the Shadow House of Representatives page. And of course, you can go to the YouTube channel where it is being live streamed also and share it from there. The 1899 Congress YouTube channel. But I think Mello can have a better system for us by next meeting.
Actually, nasa chat natin yung link sa YouTube na live.
Ganun ba? Okay, that's good. I don't know how to
i-click para ma-share.
very much. Yeah. Okay. So, anybody else with any comment before we go? Before we go to lunch and break, and then meet again on Saturday, June 26. Okay, hearing none, I declare the meeting adjourned.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attendance, and I hope to see you again this Friday. Oh, Congressman Villarama, you have to say something? Ask to unmute yourself. Or just saying bye-bye.
I would like to thank everybody for attending.
Okay.
This is a start, okay? This will succeed.
You're taking
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
Maraming salamat sa lahat. And I hope to see you again next Saturday with your own 10 people in tow. Okay? Kailangan may kasama na kayong barkada. Hindi lang isa. All right. Thank you very much. And I'll be ending the meeting now.
Buhay.